back at this again. I realized last stream I was a bit loud, so I turned it down a little bit, my preamp, so hopefully I don't know, like, shouting in people's ears this time around. Let's just go ahead and dive right back in. Pretty sure I'm in, like, year 3. Well, age 12, so technically, yeah, year 3. Almost halfway through. Strato Colony. An enemy's my best friend here. Forgot I gave gifts last time, so I can't now. Let's just figure out how we want to spend the end of Pollen. Combat's getting pretty close. Let's do that one. Should be defense training. Also gives me animals. Nem can make a competition out of anything. Fastest lap, heaviest lift, most boards broken, highest kick. Most of the time she wins too. She's a fierce competitor. 5 kudos if total equals goal. If it's exactly. That's... I'm more concerned about trying to just win the thing, but wonder if I can just do all my cubes. I get a super goal. So if it's not exactly equal. We're still winning with a bunch of 2s. +4 combat. Nice. Best animals, more stress, and a little bit of goose. Early dusk. I just really want to know when people's birthdays are, because I don't know Nem's. Nem looks up from her hollow pond, sighs dramatically as you approach. Man, I hate school learning, she exclaims, prodding at her screen. Why do I have to do this? Because you kind of need to, Nem. But I think she didn't really like the stick. What did she like that I gave her? Probably should have checked that first. The Xeno egg, right? But do I want to already give her the Xeno egg? Oh, I want to know what her birthday is before I give up my Xeno egg. I want to know when hers is too, because I know something she likes as well. Just medicinal roots, but I still don't know her birthday. I only know Dis and Mars's birthday. I unfortunately cannot learn Tammy's. Very sad. Very, very sad. What's this? Carefully pick a yellow flower. That's cute. I wonder who would like the yellow flower. I know who would like a yellow flower. I really try to do something. Stop thinking about poor Tammy.
Oh my god.
Let's just see if we can't get combat up and get something from there. Let's just do more defense training. Part of self-defense is training your body so that it can be ready for any situation. Security chief has you running laps, jumping through tires, climbing walls, and sprinting back and forth. He has this inverted anti-gravity pad that makes your limbs feel super heavy. When you do jumping jacks on it, and then do them again in normal gravity, you'll see you could jump straight back up through the wormhole. It's exhausting, but not that different than sports ball training. Your butt kicked. That is quite the beast on that creature there. Working those muscles too. I've got enough toughness for this. So, this is great. Feels good that Rhett actually challenges your body and encourages you to achieve peak condition. We're going strong this playthrough. Card becomes physical red. Neat. Okay, well, set neighbors to that value is only really good if, you know, it doesn't put me at a detriment, which does that. It's 30. It's 31. Oh yeah, because that makes that all 2s. I guess we'll do that. Even though it does bring that one down. Nice. I got a perk. Shop weapons perk. New cards in the depot. I'll have to go check out the depot. It's time for the 3rd annual Vertumna Festival. You gather with your family in the colony square. Everyone takes a seat as Governor Edicott approaches the stage. She folds her hand and serenely addresses the crowd. What a pleasure to address you all today as your governor, she says, looking as pleased as she ever does. In under 3 years, we've built a colony of which we could be truly proud. While we've suffered hardships and losses, we remain standing, as always, looking towards the future we are building together. Let us use this midsummer festival as a time to reflect on our many blessings. Edicott continues. Fresh water, good food, healthy children, and a strong community. Edicott bows her head. But first, let us remember Professor Halitosis, who guided our children and kept our engines running for so many years. Chief Engineer Instance will be filling in with help from our ship's AI, Concurrence, until someone can take up the mantle that rested so easily on Hal's broad shoulders. We also recognize the passing of our dear friend, Chief Surveyor Melatonin. It's still so funny that his name's Melatonin. Known for his gentle nature and his curious spirit, Tonin joins his daughter, Aspartamine, and his partner, Lavandula, in the world of our memories. In his place, we welcome our youngest council member ever, Utopia, representing Expeditions. Edicott invites the rest of the council to stand and be recognized among the crowd, including your mom, who huffs in annoyance. I didn't realize she had like a robotic leg. When the applause dies down and the council sits, Utopia remains standing. Actually, Auntie Edicott, y'all mind if I just make a quick announcement? Edicott nods and Utopia clears her throat. I just want to say thanks to y'all for y'all are trusting me with this job, she says, her clear voice ringing out over the crowd. A cheer rises from the Expeditions, and she motions to them to quiet down. Uncle Tonin's left some big shoes to fill. Well, I'm gonna give it my best. Oh, I clicked too far? Oh, I can scroll back up. That's good. We're fixing to get to the bottom of what we're calling the shimmer. The sniffles, folks, been getting during pollen. Utopia continues. Until we do, please keep on wearing your masks when the pollen is thick, and let the doc know if you're under the weather. She bends down to hug the governor as she leaves the stage. Thank you, Utopia, Edicott says warmly, and thank you to the rest of the council for their service. Live music starts playing and Edicott smiles. And now, it's time for games and feasting. I can never really pin her voice down, if I want it to be. The crowd disperses towards the feasting table, clearing the area of chairs so the children's competitions can be held. Which will you do this year? The bot triathlon. He keeps adding more stuff. Com keeps adding complexity to his bot wrestling game. Last year was the hollow obstacle course, and this year there's an accuracy challenge. Sink 3 baskets and you can move on to the next stage, Com says, unveiling something with a flourish. A vacuum bot with a basket tied to its head. It chirps as it stomps back and forth, and the crowd cheers. You're competing against Nem and Cal. You notice they're not racing around together. Cal is playing with the vacuum bot, and Nem is next to her brother. You're first. This is why I think I ended up going with Cal, because all this strength stuff. Starting the triathlon. Okay, +1 to physical red cards. Nice. Ooh. Might be better if I do all these 2s. Let's see, that's 13. That's still 13. If I just do this, it's 11. Yeah, we'll just do all these 2s. That's fine. We'll do a 13. There's a nice, beautiful 4. Let's do all of this. And this. +2 during challenges. I would really need a 5 to make this a nice sequence. But it's okay. I mean, if I really, really wanted to, I could just do that. Oh, my bad. That. And I'd get exactly equal. But it's not how we do this stuff here, so. We like our super goals around here. Also, some straights and kinds, colors. There we go. Victorious. 3 stars. Only 1 kudos, though. You thought the accuracy portion would be harder. Those vacuum bots can be fast when they're on a mission. This one seems to get bored waiting for you to complete the obstacle course, so by the time you line up to take your shots with the sports ball, it's stopped running around and has taken carefully vacuuming the dirt under its own feet. You easily sink your baskets and move on to the wrestling competition and win by a huge margin. Nim pouts and stomps over to Combe, yelling that it isn't fair for you to get it easily. She refuses to speak to you until Combe sits you both down and makes you shake hands, pointing out that Nem also got hit by 5 Halo obstacles and couldn't have won anyways. Nem begrudgingly accepts your win. Gained status popular again, and a bot athlon champion card. And I've relaxed a bunch. After the festivities, you take time off for a much-needed, very relaxing break. Your dad sets up a slip and slide throughout the colony square. Everyone takes turns sliding on their stomachs and spraying water at each other. It's a lot of fun. You can feel your worries floating away in the hot dust suns. Now we are in mid-dust. And my new perk for combat. New cards in the depot. I mean, if they all cost 50 kudos, I'm sure not getting them. Did lose some kudos last time for staying during the fight when I shouldn't have. Ooh. Autoplay best hand, -2 to cards. Plus 50 combat. ×2 bonus for strength. Oh my god. That's a number 4. It takes 300 kudos, but my goodness. That one's similar to that, but obviously this is the gloves. My goodness. Yeah, so the lowest everything is 50s, and then it jumps up to hundreds, so we'll just not buy kudos. You're buying kudos, I guess. Who needs to buy things, right? Animals is also something I really want to get at, which I should go do things like that, but you're a winner and everyone wants to be your friend. Kudos to performance. Clear mind, you've got no stress or worries. 10% chance to get a bonus +1 when increasing skills. Yes, I have complete 0. Let's just do more defense training. And Nim loves to train. She says it helps clear her mind. If that's the case, she must love having an empty mind. No one else trains as hard or as long as Nim. I mean, maybe she does. So that one's definitely gonna get lower. Like, constantly lower. There we go. We've got some nice little pairs. Super goal of 25, we'll take it. Probably could have switched that and made a straight, I suppose. And now I'm no longer super stressed, but I got 10 kudos. I guess we'll just hold on to kudos. Now we're in the late dust. And we're gonna, as long as nobody wants to talk to me, which nobody probably does, we're gonna go sneak out. Because I can't do official expeditions until next year. At least. So yes, I wish to sneak out and explore. 10 events remaining, 5 collectibles remaining, events respawn in quiet. Okay. I care about those collectibles. Give me those. It's not a collectible. Yep, the end of the area. Tragic things happened here. Very tragic things have happened here. Oh yeah, I forgot that I did an event over here so I could get to that. And then it made me go home because I hit max stress. So give me that. Alright, we're gonna go to this animal. Hopeyes are usually docile little creatures. They don't even come up to knee height. They eat grass and hop away when you come near. But something has riled this group up. You see them fighting each other, getting in close and rolling onto their backs and kicking with their big foot, punting each other up to 2 meters away. It's neat behavior, so you sit and watch till you suddenly realize you're surrounded. They've stopped fighting with each other and are all staring at you. They pounce. Well, apparently an easy toughness challenge to defend myself, so 3 rounds. What if we do that? That brings up to 4. Let's just do all the 6s. Boom. We're already at 23. I only need to get 2 over the next 2 rounds. I could do that, and I could win. I wouldn't have to do the rest. Well, let's humor it. And play these cards.
A lot of fucking people here.
So. Ooh. Well, that's probably still the best I could do. I really gotta get rid of these early memories. These early memories. Okay, so +1 for the gems. 2, 1, and 0. Might not be the best I could do. So it's 27. Oh yeah, because it's a straight of 5. Oh, that's the best straight I've had. We're gonna do it. We shouldn't have got it. +1 toughness, +2 kudos. Man, this is going up. I got 2 ends. The cute little critters kick you, but you kick back. You send them scurrying back off to pick on smaller creatures than you. It's kind of rude that I kicked them, but I mean, they did kind of attack me, and I was just watching. Ooh, I haven't been over this way.
I can't. Are you fucking kidding
You
me?
pause in your tracks, hearing an ominous sound. Shh, shh, shh. It keeps getting louder and louder as you move forward. You don't see anything making the noise, but it seems to be coming from all around you. Bravely continue on. This is apparently an easy bravery challenge, so we shall be brave and carry on. Okay, let's do all the 2s. Maybe we do that one, because then that'll be 3 of a kind and a flush. So try 13. I could do a bunch of these 2s. Let's do the first or last pain. Ooh, already at a super goal. Wild. 1, 2, or 0, 1, 2. Oh no. Oh, that sets the values to them. Oh. I mean, I guess we can do that. And then we do this. That makes that 6. It's 21. I wonder if that's 14 or 17. It's 21. I just brought it to 20.
Oh my god, no way.
I guess we just do this because that makes a nice little straight. That would have been a nice longer straight, but this one is like, we'll set this value. So, whatever. Super goal. We did it greatly. We got it bravery. We all were brave little kid. Yeah, it's just alien crickets. Phew. They're so tiny, but there are millions of them. They look like little blades of grass and rub their sides against stuff to make that shh 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 noise. You tuck your pant legs into your boots and continue on your way. Yeah, we don't want to get any little alien crickets in my shoes. Ooh, can I go back this way? Oh, neat. This is a cool little path. Oh, I don't know. I just kind of after the collectibles. But we can keep exploring, like, really far out. You're minding your own business when you stumble into. It's so hot, the 2 suns are beating down on you, the ground is cracked and parched, and so are you. Ahead is a long stretch with no trees, just the merciless heat of the sun scorching the ground. I can spot a stream to drink from or look for a shady route. I'm not going to go drink from an unknown stream, so we're going to look for a shady route through it. Easy perception challenge. My perception is crazy high, so yeah, definitely going to do. Set neighbors to this value. That's so funny when they're both 2. We'll go ahead and do that. Bump the 13s. Beautiful vista. Nice. Already at a super goal. Oh, super goal was 19. Well, I'm already at 20 and I'm not even on round 3, so there should be a super goal. Like an extra super goal. Just because there's just because some of these are so easy to get. But it's wild. Beautiful. Look, I went wildly over that super goal. Wildly over it.
Oh, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. Yeah,
Well, you spend some time going the long way round, taking shelter under some lush trees. It's still sweltering in the shade, but not as bad. I mean, 5 stress, but more perception. I'm gonna be so stressed. I've got some freaking logs. Oh, hey. You walk into a clearing and immediately stop in your tracks. There's a Unisaur here. You've seen them before, but they still fill you with a sense of awe. Be as quiet as possible. Another easy perception challenge. Set neighbors to this value? Well, that's easy when the next one is already 2. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Never mind. No. Do it that way. Because that's the 5, and then I can do this. It's 29. Yeah, let's do this. Because that's not going to -2 it, and I get a nice straight. We're breezing past this super goal, too. Super goals seem to be, rather easy to acquire. Nice, another straight. We're breezing through these. I am perceptive. Animals is getting higher. I'm ready for me to get a perk on that one. As you settle in to watch it from behind a strand of lush trees, the Unisaur looks straight towards you, startled by your movement. You try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. I mean, I've already read all of this. It just does its thing. It sharpens its rock, rubs its thing. Eventually, it goes up for a nap and quietly sneak away. It's so wonderful. Vertumna is a magical place, and that reduces my stress just a bit. Okay. Wow, I've gone pretty far. There's a log over there I can't get to, but it's okay. We're just out here to explore anyways. Plus 2 animals immediately. Nice. I got an animal perk! Upgrade pet cards via relaxing in the park. Well, I don't have a pet yet, so that doesn't do me any good, but it's cool that I can get pets. This planet is full of all sorts of bugs. Little wrigglers, hopping beetles, shining creepers, and scaly things. Oh my. You crouch in the long grasses and explore a square meter in great detail. There's so much to see. You don't even know what any of these things are. They might not even have names yet. We'll touch one. We'll be brave. You touched it. Level 2 pets. Upgrade pet cards via relaxing in the park. We don't have a park or pets. But cool. Oh yeah, so I can just take a ridiculously long time to get over there. Well, we might as well loop back around. Do even more exploring. Let's go this way, actually. I haven't really moved off the path before. There's probably not much over here, but still.
Oh my god.
You stop for lunch, eating an earth treat grown from your own greenhouses. Oh, watermelon. Nice and sweet, like a more solid potato pod. You munch away, spitting out the seeds. Let's just relax, because I've got a lot of stress on me. You sit back and enjoy your midday rest and the beautiful surroundings. The more I can relax while I'm outside, the more things I can do while I'm outside. You spot a group of hopeyes playing in a clearing. They let you get pretty close to watch them chatter to each other and run noises. They're all friends, just like people, but they hop away if you get too close. Walk through their territory, I guess. I kind of need to go through, so you don't have to go through. I feel like I should state that. I don't really have to. So that's 12. That'd be 13. That's nice. Okay, let's just pop a couple 2s out there. That'd be a 5. Scooch these guys over and toss that 2. Nice. That's 16, but what if we take this out and we put another 2 there? Nice, that's 16. We'll do that one instead. I don't really like this one too much. The changing my neighbor values. Yeah, we breezed past that super goal. Because, you know, who needs crazy super goals, right? I can't make a sequence because he has to be there for the 4. And he would only be a 3. That's 29 regardless. We'll just do this secret. 2 stars, but plus 2 animals. The hopeyes are wary at first, but you crouch down and copy their cute little squeaking noises. You bounce towards them, and amazingly, they don't hop away. You play with the hopeyes for a few minutes before moving on. Cute little guys. That is cute. I thought I was just gonna, like, waltz through their territory. Oh, that's the entrance. Probably don't want to go that way. Let's go around. A nearby pond has dammed up and washed out the path here. The path continues on the other side. Let's just bravely jump over it. Another easy bravery challenge. I am a brave individual, it seems. Let's do that, because then the colors can match, at very least. So, ooh, I wonder if I do this one instead, because that'll make it 4. And that's all the colors. Or if I do that, then we make a sequence. That's 16. That'd be 15. That'd be 14. So let's do this one. That's 16.
Oh
It makes this one
God.
not really get a plus, but
Stupid.
that's okay. I can use it.
You saw that, right?
There we go. It's just coming straight up. I hit my super goal exactly, so everything else is excessive here. I should remain 2 because of that one. Being cheeky with it, but it's funny. Nice. A whole whopping 30 over. Getting some kudos. My perception's climbing. You bravely fall in and get wet. You flounder towards the other side, soaked but victorious. Gain some stress, but also some bravery. Let's loop around. I know I should go home. Go home soon. Okay, so that literally is just a nice, really big loop. Well, I want that down there. That would probably require me to clear that. Actually, no, I think it'll require me to clear this one. Oof, I wouldn't even be able to get it. I'll be so stressed. It's fine, I'm gonna relax anyways, I might as well go from 0 to 100 in a day. +2 perception. Some farmland has spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. There are some meager-looking crops ready to harvest, but animals are starting to get at them. Let's salvage what we can. +1 colony food. You pull up a handful of wrinkly tubers. They're probably supposed to be potatoes, eventually, maybe yams. It's hard to tell. You dig around a little longer, but it's all pretty picked over. You're too worn out and tired to continue. You have to go home now. But that event will still be there. I spent the whole month exploring. I did some crazy stuff. Bravery and perception up from them. Well, now it is early wet, which, if I'm not mistaken, is okay. So it's not this. So it's Mars. Mars is early wet. May not be on the best of terms with Mars. Like, she may not be who I'm trying to be friends with. But I still want to figure out what she freaking likes. Oh, hey, Salona. Mars says, breezing past. I'm sorry, I can't talk now. I'm on my way to work in command. She stops you, don't sound amazed. You know, the supply depot, she clarifies. It's the most important job in the whole colony. Anything that gets made here goes through me first. Mars's smug smile. It's somehow even more smug. Plus, I get the first pick of all the best stuff. I didn't notice that. She has little hearts to me. I can't wear other because I need a friendship 10 or greater. Go straight to scene asking for a job. Requires rebellion 20. Needs rebellion less than 20, and it's 25. Wow, Mars, that's amazing. You laid on real thick. How Mars is just so cool. How everything she does is totally great. And how she's obviously the most important person in the colony. You're going to start a Mars fan club in her honor. She just laughs. Nice try, Solana, but thanks for the compliments. Then she just leaves, without even offering to help you to a job. Dread, signing up to Mars didn't work. What's next? Having to actually ask what you want? Maybe you could ask again later. I literally just want to, like, give her a gift. My dads are so uncool. Mars complains. Mars, do your homework. Mars, you should help out more. Mars, we're going to cut off your allowance. She scoffs, as if right, and he's mine. I earn it. With a toss of her hair over her shoulder, she seems above it all entirely. Doing what? Do you even have to ask? My presence enlivens this dreary colony. I'm their beloved daughter. They owe me. Maybe I don't want to give her a gift after all. Not that I just can't. Nope, that attitude. We're gonna go Rest. If I can walk, thanks. Relax on the walls with death. Because I went to the cage last time. Most of the time you're up here alone, except for the occasional passing guard. But sometimes you're joined by Dis. He barely looks up at you as you plop down and kick your feet through the railing over the edge. Looks like he is doodling on his hollow pad. You see all sorts of plants, mushrooms, little creatures with too many eyes or too many legs. He has a selection of plant samples at his side, like artist paintbrushes laid out on a towel. He must be quite the junior botanist. He's not drawing plants right now, though. He's actually drawing a person, and not anyone you recognize from the colony. They have long, dark hair and a pointed face, and they are covered from neck to toe in floaty black robes. They look neat. You wonder if they're Dis's original character or something, like his super cool goth self-insert. Looks nice. Let's do friendship. Dis smiles shyly, but doesn't look away from his drawing. Thanks. I'm almost not very good at drawing him yet. Yes, I wish I could figure them both, but definitely forget that 0. Yes, I really need the zeros. We're at the point where they definitely gotta go. Okay, mid-wet. What do we want to do this month? I've got all sorts of stuff. Oh, did they reset in wet? I can't remember. Sneak out. Oh, everything resets in quiet. There's only one event and one collectible remaining. That's not worth spending my entire month on them. We'll let those reset. I could probably go make my biology up. I haven't been to class in a while. Unless I want to do engineering. Engineering gives me more reasoning, which reasoning would actually probably be nice to have, at least 10. It's been a while since you've taken a physics class. You wonder who they got to teach it after Professor Hal died. He was the teacher back on the ship. Who could possibly replace him? Congruence is waiting, placidly, for class to begin. Oh, Salona, hello, she says as you take your seat. It's been a while since you joined us to learn about the grand world of physics. Don't be surprised. I'm teaching this class now, in Professor Hal's absence. Congruence takes her place at the front of the class. Today, we will learn about me. I'm the ship's onboard intelligence, but what does that mean? Does anyone have any questions for me? Just listen. Congruence explains that she had to do all kinds of calculations to help fly the ship and land it, and that she was designed to provide a user-friendly interface to the ship's systems. But Hal modded me to be far more than that, she says proudly. Now I can even tell jokes. Why did the computer cross the road? She asks. I don't know. Why? Congruence smiles widely. I am not reading all of that, but that's some lovely binary, and we'll take a screenshot to decode it later, because I don't feel like decoding that right now. This card becomes 2. Well, let's just slap on all the 2s. All the 2s. Nice, I hit the super goal. Beautiful. I did not read what the extra thing was, but it's okay. I got lots of engineering. More reasoning is really what I'm after. Though I do need engineering to be friends with Tangent. Though I don't think I'm going to focus Tangent this time. I probably will in a second run. But right now it's an enemy and the boys. Dis almost completely ignores you in favor of playing a game in his holopad. Just one, he mutters, then cusses and stomps his feet as the game lets out a cheery whistle of defeat. Stupid game, Dis hisses. Looks like he'd throw the game if it wasn't literally attached to his hand. Does this interest you? This? What did I give him that he liked? Oh, the egg, I think. Redraw hand. Oh, that was just what that would be. Oh, what did he like? And what did he not? Have I given him something he hasn't liked yet? I haven't given him anything he has liked, so he actually wasn't a fan. You hear this sniffling, finding him tucked into a leakward alcove of the walls. He stumbles to his feet when he sees you approach. What do you want? He scowls. Did Mars send you? Dang, I'm not going back. I'm not going to do what people tell me. No. Literally just trying to find what you like. No, your sister likes medicine words. You weren't a huge fan of the egg, and you weren't a huge fan of the log. Which is fair. Apparently nobody really likes the bugs. I actually might have gave him a popper fruit. Let's give him some medicinal, because I've got a bunch of those. Oh, he likes medicinal roots too. For my birthday? He mumbles. Oh, thank you. This looks like it's from a very rare plant. How did you find it while you were exploring? Yes. Okay, so they like the same stuff. At least in the regards of the plant. Dis is sitting on the bed of one of the expedition vehicles, tinkering with a bit of tech. He tries to hide it when he sees you, but it's in so many pieces that he only manages to shove some behind him before he gives up and glares at you mistrustfully. What do you want? What are you doing? Dis squints at you. Promise you won't tell on me, he says. Promise. They weren't using it. He started, already sounding defensive, as he turns the biggest piece of the device over in his hand. He was just sitting there in command, so when they weren't looking, I took it. I took it, and no one noticed. He seems excited about this fact. I think it's part of a communication device, he says thoughtfully. So I'm trying to figure out how it works. I want to talk to the aliens. Oh, this needs engineering 10. Only if I focus that. What if you tried this? No such thing as aliens, but literally on any planet. Shouldn't do that, I'm telling. Just be careful, okay? Dis nods and fills with the device. Who cares? He says. People on Earth used to use stuff like this, thinking that it could pick up the voices of ghosts. Dis says. It's probably just radio waves, so I figured if I'm looking for radio waves, aliens have to exist, he continues, but quietly, with great conviction. They have to. You can't have this much life on a planet without someone being smart, like we are. He sighs. I just want to talk to them, he says. Maybe I'd fit in more with the aliens than I do here. Anything is possible. Dis nods and looks outward into the mushroom forest. I know you're just trying to be nice, he says quietly. Even if you think we're really alone out here and you're just lying to me to make me feel better. It's still nice. Aww. Well, I believe in aliens, Dis, so. Need bravery 40 or greater. Well, I have 42. So, dare you to go into a restricted area. Main memory, putting on your scary face. We're just staring at each other. It's so silly. It's not what I was expecting from Dis, his bravery. It's cute though. You dare Dis to explore the creepiest, darkest parts of engineering, deep down where Chief Engineer Instance never goes, under the recycling room where they say there are ghosts. You set the mood, then sneak around behind him, putting on your hollow palm flashlight under your face and shout, boom! He rolls his eyes. Solana, think about it. If there were ghosts in the spaceship, one of them would be my mom. Oh, yeah, you guess that would scare a normal person, but this still isn't scared of anything. My mom. That's sad, but kind of funny. They're just like, no. Stop. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna go do some more engineering to try to get engineering and reasoning up at least a bit. You should have known better, Tangent. You as you walk past the laboratory. Curious, you listen at the door. Chief Engineer Instant sighs. I know you meant well, but your presumption has cost us 3 months of work. You can't simply look at an experiment and change the parameters to your liking. Getting results is not the same as doing good science. Your findings, however, scientifically interesting, are useless to us without sound, methodical underpinnings. Tanger's response is more subdued than you've ever heard her before. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer, she mumbles, looking down at the floor. I recognize the error of my ways. I should hope so, Instance replies, pinching the bridge of her nose with her fingers. I'd expect you in the lab first thing tomorrow morning, or I'll expect you first thing lab tomorrow morning, and I'll personally supervise your work in resetting the experiment. You flatten against the wall as Instance breezes past you, barely giving you a second look as she strides down the hallway. You poke your head inside the laboratory, where Tang scowls and wipes her eyes. What do you want? This is why I really need reasoning. I don't have a lot of empathy either, apparently. I'm really just a musclehead, I guess. But I'm trying to get my reasoning up. What are you working on? Tang sighs and rubs her eyes harder. Something I've been working on with Chief Engineer Instance, she replies. I'm not supposed to talk about it, and I don't want to talk about it. Losing the data was my fault, Tang continues. I wanted to prove that I'm not the little kid from biology class, that I'm ready to work hard and really make great discoveries. Dr. Instance has always been there for me. When I was a kid, and now, with my mother gone, she's the only adult in this colony who sees what I could become, she says. She believes that I can be better than I am. It's always been that way. really want to impress her. And you will. Mm-hmm. Ten chums in agreement. I certainly hope so. Random card locked to one slot. That's not a horrible spot to lock it to, I suppose. And the first or last pane, which means we'll put it there. Is this considered? Oh, I think it's just 4 to begin with. So let's see, that's 24 if I do that. It's 22 if I do that one, so we're gonna do this one instead. Because we want that super goal. +2 engineering, +2 reasoning, +15 stress, +1 kudos. Really gotta build up that engineering and reasoning. I gotta do more botany though, so I can hang with Cal. Because I need it to be like, what, 40? You approach Nem just as she's about to bite into a sandwich the size of her head. Oh, I've already read that. So let's just Nem out. Probably this as well. It's probably over here. Yep. You find a glittering crystal cluster. Well, my reasoning's finally 10. My engineering is 8. Let's go do more biology though. Study life sciences. Yep. It's been a while since you've been to life sciences class. You wonder if they got to teach it after Professor Hal died. He was the teacher back on the ship. Who could possibly replace him? You take your seat in the classroom. There's no teacher here yet. You and the other students wait, exchanging awkward glances as time passes. Eventually, Chief Engineer Instance breezes through the door. She's accompanied by Tange, who takes a seat beside you, barely giving you a second look. Look who showed up. Instance snaps, with a sinking feeling. You know she's talking about you. Solana, can you even tell me what life sciences entails? Tange looks at you out of the corner of her eye, trying not to smirk. Biochem, medicine, ecology, geology. You easily rattle off the subject names. Instance doesn't look pleased, but she doesn't look disappointed either. That's about as good as you ever get from her, honestly, so you can count that as a win. Tange stops you on the way to class. Solana, were you heading to life sciences? Good, I could use your help with something, actually. I'm working with Chief Engineer Instance in the biolab. If you give me a hand, I'm sure she'll give you credit for the class. Sure. Honestly, it seems we just need somebody to label petri dishes and move them from the cooler to different machines. A hop eye could do it. Instance is staring unfocused at her hollow eye as she processes the results of the scans. Tange goes and stands beside her, holding up the scan on her own hollow palm. They confer quietly while you wait. Sounds like they're studying the shimmer. A mysterious illness some colonists get from pollen every year. Including their death. How ironic that I sneeze at the mention of shimmer. Bless me. Instance looks up at you, as if just noticing your existence. Ah, Solana, she says, we've been studying samples from some of the colonists who get sick during pollen, including your dad. Some of the stuff's in his lungs. It's some kind of fungus. We think the shimmer is a form of reproduction, Ting explains. It's like a fungus trying to turn us into more fungus like it. It's actually really neat, actually. Sounds like you like the fungus. Let's just say, yeah, neat. +1 biology, +1 shimmer here. You spend the rest of the week helping them study the illness. Mostly this involves following instructions and doing, as Tang loves to repeat, jobs a hop eye could do. Nothing beats hands-on experience, though. This would be easier if we had an actual sample of the fungus, Instance remarks. They're working with some biological samples, fancy word for snot. But according to them, the fungus is all mixed in with human cells. Instance has to spend a lot of time in invert space trying to disconnect the two in her models. Where could I find a sample? Our most useful reports have been from the foragers returning from the Valley of Vertigo, she tells you, where the pollen is thick all year. Might be a good place to start. Nice. I might be able to join expeditions, and if I can, then let's see, it's 16. Let's drop that one. Try to get these. 18. Nice. That's exact goal. Beautiful. It's not great. It's only 1 star, but good enough. 2 data points form a line, but 3 is a pattern. The colony has been on high alert all globe, hoping that the creatures from beyond the wall don't return for a 3rd year in a row. Surveyors keep reporting that they're seeing unusual animal activity. Even the plants seem different. they say. It seemed different. They say, and new tracks that must have been left by creatures larger and heavier than you've ever seen. You and the other colonists drill evacuation plans. You're in class when the sirens start to ring. The other kids fall to an alert hush. This is one of the assembly points, so you should be safe here. But it doesn't feel so safe here last year. It wasn't so safe here last year for Professor Howe. What if another creature gets in? Congruence, the new teacher, is just a face on a computer screen. She can't protect anyone. Congruence flickers cheerfully. Please stay calm, children, she says. The defense squad is already en route to the creatures. This should all be over soon. You've been told this before. As sirens continue, you're faced with a choice. To stay put, or to leave. We're gonna leave. You stand up and leave. Tange and Mars stare at you like you've 3 heads. Congruence doesn't try to stop you. Not that she could. She doesn't even have any hands. Gain status heroic. You slow to a walk as you near the outer doors of engineering. Something doesn't feel right. You stop to listen in the dim emergency lighting and hear the metallic popping of something overhead. In the ventilation ducts, your blood goes cold. Monsters, they're here. You follow the sounds to a workshop and force yourself to look up through the slats of the vents. You gasp. 2 listening, bug-like eyes peer down at you. No, 4, 6. They blink in syncopated pairs. Then you hear it. Over the sirens, a soft pinging noise, halfway between a chirp and a purr. The creature skitters spider-like form one side of the vent to the other. A small furry tentacle slithers through the slats, searching for the vent release. When it can't find one, it bangs its body against the inside of the vent, denting the metal. Ooh, normal difficulty for both of these? That's when you need Analyst 10 or greater. I'm good. Or I could help it escape. Need Empathy 10 or greater. We'll try to tame it. My first time getting that opportunity. Random card locked in 1 slot, plus 1 physical to red cards. Okay. So we're stuck on the 3s here. It's 13. Is someone just gonna be stuck permanently there? Plus 1 skills on challenge win. Base value of 0 is there. That's 11. That's 13. This is probably still the best. Okay, well, my bad. 17. That one's the best. Now I only need to make a 10, which I'm sure I can accomplish. Beautiful. The super goal was 16. I did 23, so 2 stars out of 3, but victorious nonetheless. Plus 4 animals. Oh. Did I get a pet? Oh my goodness. He's got a mushroom son. Yeah. He's so cute, but so ugly at the same time. You win it over by reading its body language and slowly building trust. It seems to want to join you, and you think, hope you'll be allowed to keep it. I gained a pet. Ricky? Ricky. Plus 1 skill on skill challenge. Plus 1 skill on challenge win. Plus 1 bonus, which is straights. I got Ricky. You look the species up on your holopalm and learn that Ricky, so named for the trills it makes, which yours is making now, cuddling against your leg, are neither male or female, though they do require a mate to reproduce. So you decide to name them. Oh my god, I have so many cute names. I could just name him what he is, Ricky. Or I could do Ricky Tiki, which is cute too. Bright eyes, very pet-like name. Squiddly Fedderson's also so cute. And I could name it something else. I don't know, I like the Ricky Tiki and the Squiddly Fedderson. That's so cute. Hey babe. You wanna come and help me name my pet? Babe, look, I got a pet. These are the name options. Ricky is what it is. There's Ricky Dicky, Bright Eyes, and Squiddly Fedderson.
Oh, what's Squiddly Fedderson?
They blink every one of their beady black eyes up at you, none of them in unison. They seem to have no problem with this name. Squiddly feathers. It isn't long before the sirens turn off, ringing 3 short pulses as the all-clear message flashes on your holopom. You and the other children flee, or file out of engineering, and you head back to your quarters. Your parents will want to know that you're safe. You manage to smuggle your new pet, Petrie, or Ricky, under your jacket, and hide it under your bed before they arrive. Your dad gives you a big hug, but your mom slumps into a seat at your small table. It's like they were going specifically for geoponics this time, she mutters, but your dad pets your hair and shushes her. I'm sure it was just bad luck, Lulabelle, he says, but your mom shakes her head and folds her hands in front of her mouth, staring out the porthole window at the fields. They probably were. Probably trying to attack our food production. +1 food, +0 defense, +0 rebellion, +20 stress, +25 kudos. That's what I did over the year. And I got a pet! I made more friendship increase with this than an enemy. That's fair though. Start age 13. My pet's just out here. Tangent is standing still with her face held up to the sky, letting blue snowflakes land on her cheeks. They melt almost immediately. She doesn't move as you approach. After a minute, she winces and rubs her eyes. It stings, she says, because it's made of acid. Acid, snow? Tinge nods. The hollow net entry says it isn't harmful. It freezes at 12 degrees Celsius and turns into tiny crystals that are so heavy they fall from the clouds. You can see them under a microscope. She sticks her tongue out and lets some of the flakes fall on it. It tastes kind of sour, but sweet, she observes. Fascinating. Tange pulls out a sample jar from her coat. You know what it's made of, but our understanding is incomplete, she says, and places the jar on an outcropping of rocks. The big mushrooms change in shape and color before the snow begins to fall. I wonder, is there some sort of signal that precedes the changing of the seasons? What happens if I expose samples collected in dust season to snow from the quiet season? A small, excited smile creeps across Tange's face. There's so much to learn with this planet. I can't wait. You and your brother are so much alike. Tange narrows her eyes. Yes, we used to get that a lot. She says, I guess it's still true. If you think sneaking out of the colony is the same as valid scientific research. She frowns at you. He's so dumb, she mutters, and shoves her hands in her arms. He only cares about feelings, especially his own. There's nothing wrong with caring about feelings. Follows me around. Oh my god, that's so cute. Hey Cal, you also want to talk to me? You catch Cal at the gates at the gardens. He's carrying a big bucket of rocks. Hi, Solana, he exclaims. He pauses to pat you on the head. And hello to you too. Pat your pet on the head. And hello to you too, Squiddly Federson. We're just getting past the part that I have this guy. Anybody's gonna question it. Oh, I was supposed to tell you there's a new part in your geoponics now. Cal says, we can run around all we want, and nobody will say we're trampling the fields. We should come play there sometime. And bring Squiddly Federson too. They'll love it. Relax at part, geoponics. I'll have to do that at some point, because that's how I level up my pets. Upgrade pet cards via relaxing in the park. But I don't want to relax just yet because it's still early. But it's year 13 now, so maybe she'll let me go. You step cautiously through the colony gates. You aren't going to catch Chief Severe Utopia unawares. She can spot a kid trying to sneak out the gates from half a click away. She grins, making a turnaround gesture with her fingers. How can I not yet? But Utopia, you said I could next year. It's next year, Utopia. Well, has it reset yet? All events have respawned. Yes. Well, I want to go out there with a full 0. My toughness stuff is what's good right now, though. Let's really get actual, like, do I want to do combat and animals, or do I want to do toughness? Well, let's do defense training, combat and animals, because animals helped me just now get a pet, so. You've heard Chief Security Ret is on the lookout for lookouts. That is, for kids to chill out on top of the wall all afternoon and count Xenas. Sounds way better than my class. Gives you one silver, eyes narrowed. Alright, he says. Look over there, the end of the field. What does that sign say? I love I just refuse to play this game. My perception is wild, man. It's wild. I'm gonna read it. You can read the sign easily. It says, if you can read this, your eyesight is 20/20. Huh, what a weird sign. What does that mean? Brett nods his approval. Good, you passed. Come back next month and I'll put you on the roster. Lookout duty in the garrison. Nice. My perception is crazy, man. My mutation is my eyes. Alright, which do not expect me to succeed at that. That's gonna go down consistently. There we go. Because it dropped to 4. 22. That might not be the best card I could do, actually. It's 23. Dropping that down is still good. It's wild. 22. 22. 21. I really don't want to put that one there. 20. Oh, yeah, I can't really do that. Let's just do this. It's 21. Okay, if we switch these around, that's 22. If we switch that, that's 23. That's still 23. Because that's 4 of a kind. So yeah. We'll just do the 23. That's okay. It's the best I can do. Lots of combat, lots of stress, lots of kudos. You wake up to the sound of your parents arguing in hushed tones, clearly trying not to disturb you. You blink away the sleep from your eyes, eventually remembering, wait, isn't today your 13th birthday? Where's your birthday cuddles? Your parents always make a big deal about your birthday. You peek out through the privacy curtain on your bunk and listen in on their argument. You're being unreasonable, your mom says. Solana is a teenager now. You have to give her the opportunity to take calculated risks, or she'll start acting out. That's just what being a teenager is. Going off into the wilderness isn't a calculated risk, your dad replies. It's too dangerous. It's weird to hear your parents arguing. If they ever disagree, they sort it out quietly or go to meditation. This time, they sound really upset. It's unsettling. I think I should... More stress. They glance at you, your mom's. Your mom holds up her hand in to silence you and goes right back to talking. Geranium, she grates. You've said yourself that we need every person out there surveying for edible native plants. You're even going yourself. Why not our daughter?
Why?
Your dad flails his hands helplessly. Because, Flu-Flu, she's our daughter. It's our responsibility to keep her safe. You're not keeping anyone safe by coddling her. Your mom almost shouts. Your dad flinches in shock. Selena's survival depends on her understanding of this planet we're living on. So we're not doing her or the colony any favors by pretending that's not the case. Flying just shout at them to shut up. I can take care of myself. You're brave, but you aren't stupid. You've assured them that you'll stay out of trouble. Your dad's shoulder sags. He shakes his head. You barely even know what's out there, kiddo, he mutters. Your mom's fierce expression softens. Hey, Solana, sorry, it's your birthday today, and here we are arguing like a pair of jerks. Happy birthday. They both give you a hug. We meant to order up from the canteen and have your usual birthday breakfast, but we got to talking about how Utopia's opened up positions for expeditions for kids 13 and older, and, well, that's you now. So I just had to wait till my birthday passed. I suppose we'll have to let you spread your wings and flap your wings someday, your dad relents. I just feel better knowing you're safe here inside the colony walls. He gives your mom a faint smile. We decided early on to let you choose your own path in life, so if you want to join expeditions, we're behind you. Just be safe. Look, explore nearby in expeditions. I've already explored nearby a crap ton. Like, a crap ton. So, but I guess they don't know that. Been sneaking out. So, well, let's see. What does explore nearby with expeditions get me? Oh, I gotta actually click on this. Explore nearby. It still goes my friendship with this because I'm going out. It's the same thing as sneaking in. Plus 2 bravery, plus 1 perception. Survey the plains is plus 3 perception, plus 1 animals. Sure, I haven't. Let's do that. I've explored nearby enough. When you boarded the expedition's autobus this morning, you didn't know what to expect. It trundled you and the other surveyors a few clicks north to the The Prosaic Plains, a high, flat area with cooler weather than your colony. You could barely control your excitement as you watched the landscape change. And now you're here. You're finally old enough for a real survey mission away from the colony. You greet Chief Surveyor Utopia at the depot. This here's a plas cutter, she says, handing you one. It's a tool for cutting and heating things. You can use it to make a fire, cauterize a wound, boil water, and it cuts some materials pretty alright. You can use it for self-defense too, but I don't suggest it. Nice. Didn't even have to buy it. Are we gonna be in danger? She makes a so-so motion with her hand. This is a quiet area, and what we're doing, we're not supposed to be in danger. We shouldn't be taking notes and pictures, keeping tracks of all the flora and fauna we see. Just don't touch anything unless I ask you to take a sample. Everything is potentially dangerous. We don't know much about what's out here, which is why we need surveyors, even youngins like you. The Prosaic Plains are a sparse region. Like you can assume from the name, you can see things from a long way off. Utopia sees you squinting at the horizon. Now what are you going to do if you see something coming for you? Avoid it?
I hit my ult.
Good kid, Utopia approves, patting on the back. We don't need any trouble. Disjoints you. You must have come in an earlier auto bus. Ah, good, you're here, Utopia says, digging out another plas cutter for disc. You two greenhorns are with me for the foreseeable. Now, you don't gotta sniff each other's butts all the time out there, but I do expect y'all to be in yelling distance. Comms can get spotty out here. You and Disc share a knowing glance. You've both been sneaking out to explore long before you were officially allowed to. Utopia also hands you a surveying drone and shows you how to launch it. It'll automatically perform local scans of wherever you go, though detailed scans still need to be done manually. When you return here to the depot, it'll upload its findings to the HoloNet. Your job is to cover ground, see what's out there. As long as it isn't dangerous, record it. She slapped you on the back. Alright, team, don't get yourselves killed out there, okay? I'm 13 and you're telling me not to go get myself murdered. Thanks, Utopia. The Prosaic Plains. Look at the ground. That's funny. You harvested a mushroom log is reflected. That's cute. It's neat that it's like that it's reflecting everything. Okay, our first thing out in the Prosaic Plains. You stop to admire the light glinting off of the water of a shallow circular lake. You notice some strange rocks near your feet. They're pink and red, bobbing in the shallow water at the shore. The rocks are flashing golden and yellow. This one, then that one, and a pause. Then that one, then the first one again. You thought it was reflecting sunlight at first, but no. The rocks themselves are glowing. Repeat the pattern. You play a memory game with them, touching the stones and the pattern they give you. You feel emotions coming from the rocks. Affection, interest, gratefulness. Somehow you understand. They like the content. Oh, I get empathy from them. Those three animals, are they creatures or rocks? Sometimes the lines between the two can be blurry on Vertumna. They can't move, but learn about the world from creatures who pass by and touch them. Like the way animals rub to leave their scent, these rocks entice animals to play with them and leave information about the world. You get the sense they're excited for your new scent. To what end, you don't know. Neat. Okay, I can't really explore too much. I didn't really think about the fact that I didn't have a lot of stress available. You almost bump into Dis. He's being so still and quiet, hunched over and looking down a little knoll. He shushes you and points. Don't scare them. You follow his finger and see what looks like a bush shaking violently. Two bushes, actually, at opposite ends of the clearing. They're bush bubs, he says, fighting over territory. You look more closely through your holoculars. Oh, these boulders are alive! Shout and scare them. How do you know that? Dis shrugs. If you're quiet, you see them a lot. Plus your with this, plus 3 animals and in memory, the bush bub stands. You watch the two creatures face off, rhythmically rustling with leaves that grow out of their heads and backs, their gangly, branch-like antennas swinging over their heads as they rear up to their full heights. Even from far away, they look imposing, like agile boulders. One goes, then the other. They watch each other carefully, alternating and repeating the other's motions, trying to outdo each other. Ultimately, the smaller, more graceful one seems to be declared the winner. The loser plops back down and shuffles away into the jungle, defeated. Too worn out and tired to continue. You have to go home now. Yep. You're back. You spent the month exploring. +5 perception, +3 animals, and +1 friendship with Diz. Made it quiet. Yep, I'm definitely doing better with this than with Cal. That's because I keep sneaking out. Oh, I want to get gifts and stuff. But, over here we go. We're gonna relax in the park. You and Cal walk through the park, a special place set aside for growing ornamental plants from Earth. It was grown from a precious seed bank, preserved for over 20 years aboard the Stratospheric, before your mother started planting them here on Vertumna. Almost nothing here is grown for food, but many of them are, technically, edible. It's so green here, Cal says, stopping to smell a bush of fist-sized red flowers with velvety petals. Wow, they smell so sweet. So peaceful. Cal breathes deep, a funny smile on his face. It really is. It's one of my favorite places in the whole colony. You can really feel the love in every plant. Plus your friendship with Cal. One pretty white flower in particular is flourishing here. The Astrontia, your mother's favorite. It seems to be growing faster than ever, faster than even native plants do, covering the paths and bluffs with tiny white stars. You practically have to push clumps of it aside in some places just to make sure you don't crush any. Good thing it's so beautiful. It's probably a weed. It's growing that fast. 3s are okay. I don't want to forget 3s and 5s yet. But I de-stressed a bit. Okay. Upgrade pet cards via relaxing in the park. I thought I'd just relax in the park. That's fine, I guess. Your dad was sniffling and sneezing pretty bad this morning. He collapsed around this time last year, so you've been feeling anxious about his health, especially now that the pollen is back. It's like so hard to look at the screen because of how bad the pollen is. He's working hard in the fields, respirator hanging from his neck as he grunts and shovels dirt into a wheelbarrow. He sees you coming and stands up straight, coughing a little as he stretches his back. Hey kiddo, what brings you out here? Dad, you have to wear your respirator. Your dad makes blah 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 motions with his hands. I do. Don't look at me like that. Just getting some fresh air. It's hard to breathe with that thing on. I'm racing to get these pixie beans in the ground, he continues. We're all set to have a great harvest in time for Vertumna. He leans in his shovel, tucking one foot behind the other and rocking back and forth. Truth is, I've been working like a dog. I'd love to get out of here for a while. Hey, what do you say you and I go for a little walk? He says, brightening. I know you don't get outside the walls much either, but we could do a little nature walk. I study all the plants the foragers bring back. I've never really seen them in the wild. Sounds great, Dad. Awesome, Dad explains. I know you'd pick up what I'm throwing down. Your mom doesn't see the draw, he continues, flipping his shovel up onto his shoulders and picking his way carefully out of the turned fields. She likes what she can control, you know. There's a whole planet out there, and I want to go explore. He stops and doubles over, suddenly racked with a coughing fit that makes him unable to speak. He tries a few times to catch his breath, but each time he just starts coughing harder. Pink pollen in the air swirls and eddies around you both. Maybe you should stay indoors. Oh, your dad always just like instance, that old stick in the mud. I remember when we were younger. She was always walking around with her nose in everyone's business. She always thinks she knows what's best for people. Despite his brave words, he has to hold on to you for balance as he catches his breath again. Okay, maybe now's not the best time, he gasps, finally putting his respirator back on. But you and me, we have a date with the outside world, kiddo. I'm taking a rain check. Oh, he says, his eyes red-rimmed and streaming from irritation. I can't wait until Instance figures out a treatment for this shimmer thing. Just maybe next year. Maybe the one after that. I'll be first in line, you bet. Yeah, Dad, as much as a nature walk would be nice, not interested in you having a coughing fit, me being unable to help you back home. So maybe stay inside.
I guess I do. I didn't come
My pet is... Oh yeah, I pet my pet. I got an achievement too. Okay, so... Let's study a little bit more. Study some life sciences. You see a notice on the engineering holoweb. Chief Engineer Instance needs someone to help with after-school tutor. Literally anyone who isn't a complete idiot will do, because she's desperate. Please apply. Sure. You tell Dr. Instance you're interested in the job. She looks up from your holopalm like she's just noticed you exist. Yes, you'll do, she says, nodding. The younger, slower kids have trouble keeping up with congruence sometimes. You mostly just have to pat them on the back now and then, stop them from wandering off when they're supposed to be studying. No offense, but anyone with a pulse could do it. You wait for further instructions. Vincent sighs, shooing you away dismissively. You know where the classrooms are. Just come when you're not doing whatever nonsense teenagers do here.
I'm gonna run mid with the.
I can tutor as well. Neat. Put the 5 there. Neither. Value is wild. Wildcard values match, as all pairs are straights. Neat. I need it to be a 3 then. It's just a 0. So 23. What if I scooch all those over? Let me plop that there. Nice. Super goal was 27. I got a 30. Victorious. Let's for biology plus 1 reasoning. I'm really trying to get that biology up. I want to see what it'll give me. Mid pollen. Does anybody wish to chit chat? Any stuff to snag? Well, I guess we will. Should I study? Should I? Hey, laptop, don't go away. Don't go away. Don't fall asleep.
Holy fuck! Fuck you, Rakan. Piece of shit champion. Fuck. You knocked me out so hard.
Animals is increasing too. I think toughness is lowered. My enemy's getting really up there. Some people get the sniffles during pollen, Val says. My mom says it's because your nose thinks the pollen dust is itchy, so it turns on the floodworks to wash itself out. That's fair. I need 40 biology. I think you need, what, 40 toughness for an enemy still? Yeah. Let's go shovel some dirt then. Give me a little bit of friendship with Cal as well as getting me toughness for an enemy. Shovel the dirt. You join Cal at a particularly fragrant pile of compost. He's trying to use his hoverboard as a wheelbarrow, carefully pushing compost off it into the pile. Don't you just love this? Cal says excitedly. Like your hoverboard? Yeah, it's cool. No, he laughs. I mean just this. Moves his arms, dirt encrusted up to the elbows to take in the entire greenhouse. We get to help plant stuff and watch it grow, even if we're just moving dirt around. We're still helping. Why do you like it so much? Well, considers. I like digging holes in the dirt because it's so full of surprises down there. I found a worm. Wait, let me see if I can find her again. He sticks his hand into the compost and rummages around, his tongue sticking out of his mouth. I guess she got away, says after a minute. She was really shiny, like a rainbow. Wait, he says, I just thought of a thing I like better. He shows you his splayed hand, getting dirt under my fingernails. He laughs. I don't know why, but it's the best. Alright, Cal. I can respect that. Respect that. Yeah, no, we'll just leave those there. Let's do it in first or last. Well, what I really need is a 2 there instead of a 3. So it's 25, it's 24, still 24. If we do that. Nice, hits the super goal. It's also the super goal, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, no, I want that one because that's the +1 skill reward, and the physical challenge is only if you win. So, I got a super goal. I definitely won. Victorious, +6 toughness. Nice. +5 kudos, +15 stress, +1 friendship with Cal.
Okay, it's fine.
You're getting older. It's that magical time in your life, full of discoveries and possibilities, when children become adults and their bodies change in weird, wonderful, and often embarrassing ways. When you were younger, congruence gave your class a frank presentation on preparing for the changes your bodies would experience in the next few years. Which parts of the presentation was relevant to you? Menstruating, breast growth, voices changing, getting erect. None of it. I'm like a doll down there. None of it. I'm like a doll down there is so funny.
Yeah, you say.
But I embrace my femininity in this run. So this one. You and your friends giggled your way through Congruence's presentation and left with a new appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Puberty had felt like something that would happen so far in the future that it didn't apply to you. You put it out of your mind, even as you noticed Cal's voice begin to drop, or Mar starting to dress differently. Until one morning, you wake up and something feels different. You just know something's off as soon as you open your eyes. Things are, squelchier than you expected them to be. Down there, you just want to close your eyes again. You remember Congruence's sexual education classes, and you are really not ready for their real-world practical applications. If you just go back to sleep, it'll go away, right? No. I'm so sorry, but no. You finally sigh and muster up the courage to look under your blankets. Yep, your period's started. Discreetly ask your mom problem. You pull back your privacy curtain and gesture for your mom to come over. When she sees the problem, her eyes go wide. Her eyes go wide and she gives you a big hug. What? My little girl's growing up, she exclaims. You feel your face growing hot with embarrassment. Your dad is right there. She puts her hands on your shoulders. I'm so happy for you, kiddo. I know you're probably grossed out, but getting your period is important. Sometimes we need a bit of mess in our lives to remind us that we're real, that we're part of this world. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life and the responsibility to take care of that life. Getting your period is a beautiful thing.
Beautiful.
And gross. It's so gross. It's so icky feeling. And for some of us, so painful. You can't think of anything worse. Agreed. Thankfully, you soon can get a blocker to keep from having to go through this every month. Your mom hugs you again and keeps talking about how she's proud of you. It's super embarrassing, and you can't help but shove her away and retreat to your bunk to stew about it. What's happened? You feel a little on edge today. Like everything that happens feels so unfair and tragic. Like you want to punch stuff and then cry about it. You want to be left alone, but also desperately want attention. It feels like a fount of new energy is starting to bubble up inside of you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty. Someone gains status hormones. Teenage hormones are making you brave and rebellious. Rebellion increases triple. I don't even know what to do to increase rebellion stuff, so it doesn't really help me. Well, 13, I guess. Let's see. Oh, toughness, 40. 44. 20, 21, 22. Them counts. Bouncing a sports ball ring. 24, 25, 26. Oh, hey, Solana. She tucks the sports ball under her elbow and smiles. What's up? Wanna train together? You used to go mano a mano with them, but she's been able to go mano a mano with him, but she's been training hard. You get your butt kicked all over the sports ball pitch. She leans over to you while you're lying on the floor, completely gassed. You okay? She laughs. I didn't go too hard, right? +2 friendship with an enemy and 1 toughness. Now I bet I need 60. 80. 80. They leave an 80 on perception. Alright. already did my bravery 40 for him. I think it's 80. My biology isn't 40 for Cal yet. So, I guess we're gonna go do some biology stuff. Wait, I can tutor. What does tutor give me? +3 reasoning, +1 empathy. I definitely would love more reasoning. But first, life sciences. This week in biology class, you're studying sugar bugs. The native species looks like purple marshmallows about the size of your fist, all puffy and squishy and kind of cute. They don't move or do much, but if you tickle them, they exude an edible syrup from a hole at the top of their bodies. That bothers me. And now, says Chief Engineer, since you're going to dissect one, refuse to do it on ethical grounds, writing an essay, or dissect that cute little sugar bug. Dissecting a sugar bug. The images in there is kind of funny. Well, dissect it, I guess. Oh, I should have done the other one because then I would have been more rebellion. It's fine, I wanted to get some more friendship with Tangent. Because I figured that might. Defiance is so funny. You're given a thankfully already deceased sugar bug to work on. Your scalpel slices it open. A horrid smell assaults you, sweet like rotting fruit. Yeah, you see Tan's trying not to gag too. I could do the dissection. Defiance. We'll do it. Biology stuff. 5 kudos if total equals goal. Well, goal is 47. So we'll see. Let's see. It's not really a streak here at all. There's 14. Seems 14 regardless. Nope, that's 15. Yeah, let's do that. I don't like that, but that's fine, I guess. 17. Oh wait, that's unchangeable. You could do it that way. That's 16. 17 is probably still better though. What if I do this and put giggling instead? That's also 17. Yep, let's go for it. Okay. I don't really have a lot of higher up stuff, so let's just do this. A few more 2s. It's alright, we'll just go. I'm not really worried about the kudos. No skill changes. But I got friendship with Tangent. You carefully section your sugar bug into 6 discrete organs. You take a photo with your hollow palm and carefully fill in labels for all the parts. It's pretty good, Tange says, peeking at your work. These things are slippier than I was expecting. Parts of mine are still moving. Time's up, says Dr. Instance. Please place your dissected sugar bugs into these tanks to leave overnight. The next morning, your class is in for a surprise. The sugar bugs are alive again, and there are more of them. Your teacher explains that their DNA is so malleable that almost any part of a sugar bug can turn into another part if it needs to. The resulting sugar bugs are smaller, but will eventually grow into full-sized ones. Vertumna biology is weird. That is weird. That is weird. Early dust.
Yeah.
Banana me. I still don't know when your birthday is. But you seem like a summer girly. My bad. A dusk girly. And I know you liked the egg. So please be early dust. Because I don't think I can give you another one during dust. Yeah! Cool, thanks, Nim says, taking the egg. I guess it is my birthday this week. I kind of forgot. Nice. So because hers is early, I doubt anybody else's would be. I wonder if Cal... Oh, you know, Cal seems kind of like he could have been a pollen kind of It could be dust too, though. I know Mars. Okay, so let's see. An enemy is early dust. Why do I keep closing the whole thing? I still don't know Cal's. I don't know tangents. Actually, I wonder if tangents is the same as dust. Light wet. I'll have to check. No, Mars is really wet. Tammy seems like she'd be a pollen. Well, is it still? I wonder if it would still be rebellious to sneak out. Oh, I guess I don't have to sneak out anymore. I can just go. Biology is so close to giving me a thing. So maybe I should study some more. Yeah, we'll just do some studying, and then once I relax from the stress, we'll go on an expedition. You're paired with Cal for a simple lab assignment where you have to mix 2 reagents and heat them over a little flame. The solution is supposed to turn blue. Yours explodes and makes a huge mess. Cal grabs a dustpan and helps you clean it up. Yes, explosions. Let's just bump these up. Nice. This seems 22 regardless. Ooh, I wonder if I do that. It's 24. That's very nice. Very nice. Because of the fact that it's a straight. I can't get a 2 though. Like no matter what I do, I wouldn't be able to get a 2.
Oh, that's not good.
This feels like.
Alright, so in a minute, drag this up.
Okay, cool. Didn't really remember that. Add 2 to a card. Never mind. Forgot that I got a million logs that nobody really seems to like. So, ooh, I could do something funny. Nice. The super goal was already met, so I really shouldn't have wasted my log on that. I just thought it would be funny. It's Vertumna. Time for speeches, games, and feasting. You start hungrily at the feast table. Sure, it's mostly soy rations, but it's still more food than you usually see at one time. This year, though, there's something new. Great big tureens of glowing beans. Weird. It's the fairy beans Dad was growing. You try to sneak some food before the speeches start, but Chief Engineer Instance catches you and smacks your hand away. Your mom gets really mad at her, and it causes a huge yelling match. Your dad directs you away from the table as Instance blames your moms for the way things are right now, whatever that means. Your dad passes you, so he's going to keep your tummy busy during the speeches. He's the best. Governor Edicott takes the stage and manages to calm everyone down. Welcome, everyone, to our 4th Vertumna celebration, she says, speaking through a maxophoner. Her voice has been getting weaker lately and can't reach across the square the way it used to. I'm proud, as always, to stand before you as your governor and to celebrate another year of peace and prosperity on this beautiful planet. Edicott steps aside, wobbling a little as she walks, leaving Squeak to complete the annual formalities. Your mom steps forward. This year's feast includes a new glow-in-the-dark food. Pixie beans are our first domesticated Vertumna crop. The crowd applauds, and your mom raises her hand. Credit goes to Geranium. He's insisted he dedicate a third of our fields to them, so you'll have him to thank for a light show in your toilets tonight. A smattering of laughter ripples through the crowd. Your dad chuckles nervously. Your mom's smile fades. As you know, we lost our hydroponics and microbial soil during the wormhole accident. She says, these pixie beans will make up for losses we faced with on our earth crops. Edicott's weedy voice rattles through the mixapore. Thank you, everyone. Let's get on with the games. The crowd packs away the chairs as the children gather in the square. Which competition do you participate in this year? I still really only have one. You could just skip them all. If I really wanted to. That'd probably be more rebellious of me to skip them all. But I'm really just... This playthrough at least, I'm not trying to be particularly rebellious. I'm just going for it. Combe directs your attention to this year's edition, a cloth-covered mountain as tall as 4 adults, studded with mysterious protrusions. He pulls it back to reveal the Tower of Terror, he announces with a flourish. Test your courage with 3 stories of ladder climbs, followed by a death-defying leap of faith onto the poof shroom mats. You, Nem, and Cal take in the majesty of the Tower of Terror. Both of them are hooting and pumping their fists, absolutely bonkers about jumping from 3 stories. You'll all still be doing the wrestling, agility, and accuracy portions of the course, but clearly this is the winner by popular vote. How about you? Are you ready? I am ready. I'm ready to take on the challenge with my friends. Let's see. +2 strength to red card to right.
That was a beautiful arrow.
I would just bring that one to 7.
Thank you for the shield.
16, 13. So that's 18. What if we take that one out? And do that. Almost not really much of a run, I guess. Let's see, what if we just do all the 2s? What's 11? It's 12. I didn't check what the other one would be if I had done that. That's 18. Yeah, that's 18. I gotta get 58. I didn't realize that. I gotta pump my numbers. I gotta do the best I can. 22 is pretty good.
We're stacking these, which is really
Yeah.
good.
22 is pretty good. Let's see. Let's get the 6s out there. The 3, the 2, and the 1. That's 32. The super goal. Yes. Oh, I didn't read the thing. I probably would have gotten something if there was like a space free or whatever. You blow through the obstacle course, the basket shooting, and the bot wrestling with ease, and you arrive at the base of the Tower of Terror with a determined gleam in your eye. You scale it easily, of course. It's only ladders. Sure, it's really high ladders and a huge jump, but you just close your eyes and pretend you're jumping into a great big vat of pudding. Calm awards you first place in the quadrathon. Congratulations. In-memory podathon champion again. Gain status popular. Kudos doubled for 3 months. I really do not do great on getting my kudos, apparently. Finally, it's time for the feast. Pixie beans are a hit. Your parents keep touting their many benefits. They grow well here. They're super nutritious, taste great, they're really versatile, and the kids love their bright, multicolored glow. Your rumbling stomach has made you grouchy. Your parents won't let you eat until they finally stop bragging about their dumb beans. You consider the options: pixie bean soup, pixie bean salad, pixie bean chili, even pixie bean aquafaba dessert. Everything glows in the evening twilight. You sullenly shovel your pixie bean everything around on your plate. You don't even want to eat them anymore. Stupid beans, stupid feast, stupid games, stupid everyone. Every time someone turns to talk to you, especially about how great these beans are and how great your parents are for growing them, you just get more irritated. They are just beans. It's like they love these beans more than they love you. You're probably just hungry. Eat the pixie beans. You want to rebel against these stupid beans, but the truth is, you're too hungry to resist. You count backwards from 10 to calm yourself down so you don't blow up at your mom. Why is she smiling all the time? Ugh. You settle on glowering at her over your plate of glowing beans. She notices but just purses her lips and turns away from you to talk to someone else. Rude. You shovel food into your mouth, trying not to look like you're enjoying it. It is as delicious as everyone said. You start to feel more human the more you eat. Right? Yeah. Food. Food is great. So it's like, we get hangry real easy when we're, hormonal 13-year-olds. You do feel better after you eat something. Everyone's in high spirits after dinner, breaking off into little groups to talk or make music together as the sky darkens for the shortest night of the year. You feel your mood improving by the minute as your friends pull you into a fun, rhythmic clapping game. As your irritation fades, you wonder if this is what Congruence meant when she warned you that your hormones would make you feel out of control sometimes. When you go back to your quarters to get ready for bed, your dad gives you a big hug. It's exactly what you needed. Tangent wishes to talk to me. Hold on, Tangent. Hold on, I got a new perk. Unlock xenobotany research in geoponics. Neat.
Yeah, literally.
Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. He seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's face betrays no emotion as he claps her on the shoulder and reassures her that she's doing really well for someone so young, and that everyone compromised some of their sandies when they were first learning. He leaves, and Tangent sighs as she goes to put her head in her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. She peels them off and digs her fingers into her eyes. Are you okay, Tangent? I'm fine, Tangent replies immediately. We compromised an experiment I was working on because the vent was still open when I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. She sniffles. It's so gross here. She probably did that fungus a favor. Tangent takes a bottle of sanitizer from under her workbench and cleans while she speaks. There are pollen spores everywhere, she whines. He comes over here and tells me it'll be okay, Tand, like it's his job to console and patronize me. But it is okay to make mistakes. Hold on, my laptop is dying. I do need you to stay open. You're how I keep an eye on my stream. There we go. Tan shoves the sanitizer back under her workbench. Do you understand? She says, frustration seeping into her voice. If I never feel the pain of failure, if there's no cost to it, why would we ever improve? I need to own my own mistakes. What I don't need, she continues icily, is someone to pat me on the head and tell me it'll be okay, and the adults will make it all better. I'm messed up, she says. Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo. Tangent's focus. +1 if this is the highest value. Alright, Tangent. I understand. And I get it. I really do. Oh yeah, my stress is low, so let's go on an expedition. Let's go back to surveying the plains. I still have lots of things to do. Boss event remaining. I'm not sure how I feel about boss event. But let's go. Let's go. Oh, I can do the actual event within now. Hold on, let me get this collectible first. I know it's just a stick, but still. A bush pub's blocking the path, lumbering slowly back and forth between a dense strand of gloop mushes, or whatever these plants are called, and a wide circular lake. It's like it's on some kind of patrol. It growls a warning when you try to squeeze past it, so you back off. From the look in its eyes, this one isn't letting you through easy. Okay, find your route through its territory. It's a perception challenge. We can do this. The bush bugs dance. Nice. 19 already down. This is going to be the highest value if I don't put that there. Set neighbors to that value. It would be nice though if I could have a straight. Straight of 13. I don't really know if that makes this better. Yeah, 16's better, so. Getting my butt kicked can go up. Put the 4. Oh wait, this will probably end up becoming a 5. Nice. There we go. Super goal was only 20. But we went to 30. I'm not getting kudos, because I'm not really doing the best I suppose I could do. You sneak through the gloop bushes, crawling under them so the bush pups don't see you. Bush pup doesn't see you. You nearly get stuck at one point and wonder, what if Tis is going to rescue you? That would be embarrassing. What if Tis has to come rescue you? That would be embarrassing. You find a route through and continue on your way. That would be embarrassing. If Tis had to come rescue me. Well, fortunately he doesn't, so. We're just going to leave that one back there. If it ends up being like the last one and I have the stress allowance for it, I'll do it, but we're just trying to progress as far as we can right now. A mass of dead bushes blocks your way. They have pointy spines the size of short swords and look very, very sharp. I crawl through, blast my way through it, combat 10 or higher. Well, I got that. Good thing you brought a blast cutter with you. You cut a hole through the bushes and set a bunch of the surrounding forest on fire while you're at it. That'll teach those bushes to get in your way. Oh, well, I kind of feel bad setting things on fire. I don't feel like that's something I should do, but, I can't take it back, so... I want that, so we're gonna do this. There's not much to find out here, but the peaceful atmosphere is great for contemplation. You find a particularly beautiful little plateau where you can see the plains spread out before you like a picnic blanket. Round lakes dotting the land like glimmering mirrors of sky. Dis is scouting further ahead. He was eager to find some adventure. I'm gonna stop to meditate. Reduce my stress a bit. You focus on the sounds around you, on your breathing, on the feeling of your butt on the rock, and the slightly cool breeze on your face. It's very peaceful. You can feel yourself relax as you become one with the planet. Nice. I want to spend as much time out here as possible, so every chance I can to relax, I certainly will. You're crossing a clearing when you hear a terrible cracking, pounding sound. A bushbub bursts through the tree line, barreling straight towards you. Whatever is making a bushbub run, you're pretty sure you don't want to be on the business end of it. It's fine. We're gonna be brave. I need to get through, so... Also, I'd reach Jim on the other cards. It's locked, though. It's really the best I can do. Well, let's see, it's 16. That's still just... that's 10. What's this? 2 of a kind for 2 of a kind on the straight. Well, this is the best I can do. And we want to do the best we can do. So, let's see, 2, 1, and I can count as a 2 as well. Oh. Let's put a 2, 1, and then, let's see, that's a 14. It's probably still my best because of the fact that that's locked. Plus 2 during strength challenges, well, it doesn't really a strength challenge, but it's okay. 2, 1, 0. This does not net me a Super Bowl, so we're gonna do something else. That's 22. It's 24. I think 24 is the best I've gotten so far. 6, that's 15. My bad, put this backwards. That's 20. Well, we want 22. Oh, 26. The zero goes 25, and I figured it out. I got it. Nice. It's not a 3-star, but victorious nonetheless. And I got another bravery. The creature pounds past you. Its powerful stone-like gorilla arms smash the ground. It doesn't even seem to see you. It goes around you without even looking at you. You look around. There's no sign of whatever motivated the bushbub to run so fast. At least that's something to be grateful about. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, I don't think it matters which way I go around here. We're just gonna go this way. You stop to watch a herd of shaggy, purple-furred animals slowly meander down a slope. You've never seen them before. Let's study them, then. My perception is wild. Oh, that's gem stuff. I don't care about gem stuff. Okay, we're just gonna do some of this 15. Plus 2 during strength challenges. So the 5 there, that there. These don't have any gems though, so that's maybe not the best. But since being a 4, which makes it 21, do this. I really need a 4 or a 6. There's nothing I can really do to fix that, because I can just make that a 5. What if we do that? What if we make that a 5 and swap this around so there's a 6? That's 24. That's good. Okay. Let's just drop all the 4s down. Kudos if total equals goal. Kudos are awarded after win if total is exactly equal to the goal value. I got the super goal. Let's just win right there. I got a bunch of kudos. Plus 10 from exact score from the battle condition and popular status, which is why it doubled. Nice. The creature's fur is like grass, so they must be a kind of photosynth, an animal that gets part of their energy from the sun. They can't be arborescent photosynths, bush bubs, because they've got branches growing out of their heads and backs. You check your survey journal. It says bush bubs are common here, but they're smaller solitary creatures, so no. And they're too small to be balneal photosynths who don't usually leave the water. Found a new species. Maybe that would be cool. You decide to name them just in case. You look at them through your holoculars at maximum zoom. You can just kind of make out that they have super long jaws, like an underbite. Underbiter's funny. Sunbasker, herding, sunbiter. I thought I said they were solitary. Or no, the other guys were solitary, so it couldn't be these guys. We'll do herding, sunbiter. Why not? Plus 2 animals, plus 10 kudos. 5 from popular status. Naming things is hard, so herding sunbiter will have to do. You log your discovery. That's funny. Well, we're gonna pet my cute little pet here. Seems like something I could pick up. Or an animal of some kind. I found this. Hey, Dis. Hey, Selena. Dis greets you cautiously as you pass on the narrow path. Hey, do you want to... let me show you something? Dis almost never makes overtures of friendship. Whatever it is, must be really cool. Yes, you always find the coolest stuff. You follow him for nearly half an hour. A couple times he stops to listen for something, then continues onwards, tromping through the field of broad-topped mush trees and swaying antler ferns. After a while, you start to wonder if he's just lost. You're about to say something about it when he holds his hand up for silence and directs you to crawl under a huge mushroom. On the other side, you have a view down to one of the few perfectly round ponds. Taking up most of it is an enormous xena, its legs deep underwater. It's a balneal. Dis tells you. They live in the swamps. You don't usually see them here. This one seems totally at home. It dips its long neck and even longer mouth into the pond, sucking up water from the bottom and spewing it out of a spout at the back of its head. The spray of beautiful turquoise water sparkles in the sun. Tiny, colorful bird-like creatures dart around it, catching the tiny fish that come spraying out. Should I kill it while it's distracted? No. Sit and watch quietly. You enjoy the pretty scene together. Aw. That was cute. Alright, continue on we shall. Have I circled back around? No, not yet. I can't really... Oh. 40 cards for use in challenges. Oh yeah, I can just see what I've got. Oh, collectibles. I didn't realize that I had to add these things. Okay. A locked needed perk. You'll keep adding to your deck. As you age, you can forget cards by spending time relaxing. You have a limited number of gear slots based on your organization and other skills. Click gear to equip and unequip it. Collectibles you find while exploring may be given as gifts to friends or used during challenges for one-use bonuses. Okay. I could be getting more wins. This is +1s to challenges. Total gets +1 on the first round of challenges. What if I unequip that and equip this? Brings my combat up more. But what if I just do this? Put my pet on. Only show equipped pets. Oh, that's fine. Well, I guess I need to be more organized. That's what all those organization perks are. If I could get at least... Oh, I'd have to dedicate so much time to organizing, though. One of your jobs as a surveyor is to document the flora and fauna through photographs. You spot a small animal in the crook of a tree. It's so perfectly camouflaged you can only really see it when it breathes. You've got a camera built into your hollow palm, but it's not equipped to capture difficult shots like this. You'll need to put in the work. Let's find a good angle. Perception challenge. Card becomes 2. Okay. Well, doing that one makes that work beautifully like that. What I could do, well, I don't have 4. Let's do that. 13. 6, 5. Card becomes 2. Let's use a stick. Oh, why did I do that? Because that card becomes 2 regardless. Okay. Looks like it's going to be 17 regardless because my silliness did that. It's 15, 17. 17 is still the best I could do. I didn't need to use the log. That's okay. Let's throw the 6s out there. The 3. Okay. 1 slot card becomes value 2. It's fine, I guess. Nope, give me that. There we go. Okay, what if I do that one? Actually goes even higher. 27! My super goal was only 23, so more perception and kudos. Hey, I reached over 100 kudos. Oh, because of this. You climb up a tree and get an angle from above, not disturbing your subject. It comes out great, very avant-garde. Utopia is glad for the shot. New perk. In what? Oh, biology. Slip past all path-blocking explore events. Nice. Nice. So I can just decide what I want to do. Oh. That's neat. I can just decide if I want to do the event. Which right now I want to see if there's more collectibles. Because I'm really out here for the collectibles. And the animals. This is the end of the path. Neat. You hear Dis shouting from nearby to come quick and look at this. You meet up with Dis on a curiously clean part of the path. There's no twigs, pebbles, bits of grass, or the ubiquitous Dorp's moth scales that litter this area. It's almost like it's been swept clean. And there, in the middle of a perfect circle 3 meters wide, is what you can only describe as a shrine. A hollow, waist-high structure made from twigs and packed spark snow forms the centerpiece, and around it are deliberately spaced piles of colorful fruit, flowers, and glittering stones, like an offering. Stake it out and wait. Perception challenge. 1 card slot becomes value 2. Of course, it's the one at the end. Like, why would I want that to become 2? That feels like it doesn't benefit me. I mean, it's still 18. 16. 18 because of the combinations there. Well, 18, I guess. Plus 2 during the challenges. Plus 7. We'll just do those. This is already 2. Certainly is not my best. What if we take that one out? Do this. That's 18. That'd be 20. We'll do 20. I hate that becomes 2. Let's do this one. That would just be leaving 0. Okay. Let's put those there, I guess. 25, and the super goal was 15. I did great. I've maxed out my perception. Oh, that's what it was. Avoid blocking event perk. Slip past all path blocking explore events. I didn't realize that was from my perception. You hang out for hours but don't discover anything, except how boring an idea this was. Dis takes a nap. I got 2 perception, but more stress. You're almost falling asleep when something shuffles into the clearing. It's a bush bug. It crawls slowly along the path. It stops to pick up a pot flower. It stops to pick up a stone. When it arrives at the shrine, it carefully places the flower in the pile of flowers and the stone in the pile of stones. Then it picks up the stone and repositions it, just so. You wonder if this creature is somehow religious, or if it is trying to attract a mate with this little show of decor. There's so much you don't know about the animals that live here. My animals increased. He stressed less than 100. Immediately jumps up to 100. You're too worn out and tired to continue. You have to go home now. I did really good, though, for a month of exploring. My perception cannot go any higher, though. Literally cannot climb that any higher. Late dust. This wants to talk to me. You find Dis sitting in the mouth of one of the wall's drainage sewers. In wet season, excess rainwater is diverted out here so it doesn't flood inside the walls. In the meantime, looks like Dis has set up a little base here, with pillows and a stash of snacks. His alien communication device hisses with static. He looks up from his hollow screen as you pop your head inside the drain. Hey Solana, he says quietly before going back to the game he'd been playing. What are you playing? You haven't heard of it, he says, looking up. I made it myself. You squeeze into the narrow drain and sit down next to Dis. On his hollow pad is a picture of Mars, and you watch him drag a match from the sidebar and drop it in her face. Little animated flames wiggle over the picture, leaving parts of it looking charred. It's pretty crude, but you think you get the point. Where'd you learn how to do that? It's pretty simple, Dis says. Light from his hollow screen reflects in his eyes as he looks at you in the gloom. People on Earth used to make this kind of stuff all the time, and I have a lot of time to learn new things. What happened with Mars? Dis shrugs. Same thing that always happens, he says. He resets the game, then dragging a bomb from the sidebar onto the picture of Mars. It explodes, and the picture disintegrates. She booked my name down for every appointment with the nano printer because she thinks my clothes are always torn up and dirty all the time. Continues, so I got in trouble for wasting resources. I tried to tell him it was her, but Mars never gets in trouble. Everyone likes her, he mumbles. It's fine. I don't need anyone to like me. I don't care if they hate me. I hate them. Oh, I see. This goes back to playing his game, content to not talk to you. I want to try. Sure, Dis replies. He links his hollow palm to yours, and you feel the haptic pulse as the game files transfer. You open the game and are presented with an option. Whose picture do you choose? Mars or my mom? Or Mars. You load up a picture of Mars. Screw her. She's so bossy and mean. Dis is right. She's the worst. Plus 15 rebellion. 10 from hormone status. Too friendship with this? You drag a knife from the toolbox onto the picture. Thunk. Right through the face. It feels good. In a weird way. You probably shouldn't think about that too hard. You spend a few hours letting off steam with Dis, loading different pictures of your classmates and commiserating about life in the colony. After a while, he even starts to smile a little bit. I don't really want to hurt anyone, Dis confides in you. Sometimes it feels like I have so many angry thoughts inside my head that there's no room for anything else. He turns off his hollow palm and looks down at his hands. Even if it makes me feel kind of gross after, it's better than feeling numb. Aww. Poor Dis. Mars. Hey, Cal. Cal's digging up something in the garden, creating a neat little stack of vegetables in his wheelbarrow. Hey, Solana, he says, taking off his gloves to card his hand through his hair. How's it hanging? I meant to give you a gift last month to see if that was your birthday, so we're gonna try this month. You seem to be a fruit guy. Oh wow, it looks delicious, Cal exclaims. Thanks for the birthday gift, Solana. You know I love to eat. Nice. So that's most birthdays done. An enemy is early dust. Cal is a late dust. Still don't have tangents. This is late wet. Mars is early wet. I bet Tammy would be late pollen or early pollen. Well, I gotta rest, so let's rest here. Maybe now that I actually have the pet thing equipped, it'll go up. There we go. You play with your Ricky, Squidly Fedderson, hanging out with them just outside the walls. It's uneventful, which is exactly what you needed. You try to teach them some simple commands. Stay, follow, speak. It's adorable, watching them tilt their head from side to side when they're trying to figure something out. They don't seem to really get it, but you get the impression they're trying. You quickly realize the Ricky must be named after the sound they make when they're happy, a whirring, clicking noise. For a weird spider tentacle creature, it's really cute. Plus one bond with pet Ricky, that's cute. And creativity. Enlightened. You've been enlightened by mastering a skill. Plus one to all mental skill increases for 3 months. Nice. We're definitely going to go attempt to do that stuff. Relaxing. You took the month off. I'll keep those memories, that's fine. Early wet. Ooh, a bobber fruit. Well, if mental skills are up, let's go do some of these things. Let's reasoning. Do reasoning. Bump that reasoning up. Now we're gonna go try to get organizing up after this. You show up to class to find congruence, teaching a classroom of younger children. Instance is nowhere to be found. In the absence of further direction, you settle in to help the students with their work. After half an hour, Instance pokes her head into the classroom. "I'm good, you're already here," she says. "I trust you'll be able to handle yourself in all subjects and with students of all ages. Ask congruence if you need any help." She turns to leave, but stops and turns back to you. "Thanks, Solana," she says quietly. "Since Professor Howell died, well, congruence and myself were a poor replacement for him. I'm grateful for your help." You settle in to help the younger students learn how to use their holopalms to access the HoloNet, Congruence's massive database. Congruence has everything they could ever need: music, movies, games, novels and comics, a calculator, a timer, an encyclopedia, textbooks, the colony's social media, specialized tools for different jobs like architectural holograms. It's a massively powerful tool, and it's in their literal hands. They are mostly interested in games. Some understand it less than others. "Why do we gotta read about stuff?" Nougat whines, poking dejectedly at her holo screen. The skin around her newly implanted holopalm looks a little red, like she keeps picking at it. "I just want to go play." That looks infected. You take a closer look at Nugget's holopalm implant. The edges where it meets the skin are peeling back and it looks red and puffy. No wonder she's having a hard time concentrating. Looks like it really hurts. You take her to medbay, put some antibiotic cream on it, and wrap her hands so she stops picking at it. She is excused from this lesson until her implant heals properly, so you spend some time with her afterwards, showing her how your own holopalm works. The quieter environment of the medbay seems to help her concentrate, and soon she is zipping through Congruence's archives on her own. Looks like you're pretty good at this tutoring business. Nugget is also just super cute. Is of course unchanged one. Card becomes 2, it's already going to be 2. So base value is 0, wildcard values match as all pairs or straights, which is funny. 11 from straight, a 5 from Ricky. Bonus 2 of a kind. What's that? 2 of a kind. 2 of a kind. Oh, I guess because it can be whatever it needs to be to match all pairs. Okay. Well, it's not the absolute best that I could do. But it meets the goal. So. +6 reasoning, +2 empathy, +24 kudos, +10 stress. My animals is increasing. Didn't really notice that. Oh, and we're past it. So I should have done organizing. Mid-wet. We'll still go do a little bit of organizing anyways. Maybe, I don't know. Deliver supplies, gives me organization perception, friendship with Mars, kudos. The organizing would be nice, but at the same time, whatever, it's not what I focused on. Toughness, really gotta get that up. I gotta get bravery up as well, and biology. Let's go study some biology so that we can talk with Cal some more. It's time for your end of term project. You, Tang, and Cal are all ready to prove that you're capable scientists. Seeing as everyone works together in the colony, you're expected to come up with a project the three of you can agree on. You can already tell that's going to be a problem. We should do a genetics experiment, insists Tang. I already have access to the lab around the clock, and I'm already in there every day. It'd be so simple just to come up with an experiment for something I'm already working on. And efficient is the perfect choice. Cal considers. I don't know, lab work is only half of the picture, you know? I think we should go to geoponics or some hands-on biology. Emmer is almost ready to give birth, and she had trouble during her last calving. He says, you think he's talking about a float cow? We should volunteer to monitor her around the clock, document the process. Then we can help deliver the calf. Tange looks disgusted. Absolutely not, she sneers. I am not getting my hands all up in some float cow's guts just because you want to play farmer instead of scientist. She pokes her finger into Cal's chest. What are your data points? What's your hypothesis? Do you have a control group? Where's the science, Cal? You aren't better than others just because you work indoors, Cal snaps. It's so rare to see someone actually get under his skin. Every day I live and breathe biology, genetics, medicine, and ecology, just like you. Science isn't just about doing experiments. Observation is important, too. So is compassion and empathy. Tang scoffs. They both look at you. What do you want to do for the project? Well, I'm trying to be more friends with Cal than Tangent in this one, so I guess report on animal husbandry. I'm glad you see things my way, Cal says. He has the look of someone who's trying not to be smug, but isn't quite getting there. Ooh, this would be a hard challenge. My biology is still pretty high, but hard. 63. Goodness. Well, if we play this, brings it up to 5. It's 13. Probably still not the best I could do. 12. Well, 13's probably the best I can do, so... Let's see, 3, 2, 1, 0, that's 19. And what if we do all of those? That's 16. This is probably still best at 19. There's no way I can get 31 through all that. Plus 1 for each. Jump around the other. Let's put in there. Jump these guys in here. That would be so much stress to push through. But we'll do it. Because this is the end of term. So I did all that for 1 biology. Rip. You spend a few days observing Memra the float cow, who is so huge and gravid that she can barely float at all. You're on watch when she goes into labor. Let's do friendship with both of them at least. Gain memory, birth to float cow. You call Tange and Cal to the barn, and then Cal gets in there and safely delivers the calf. And you mean he really gets in there, because the calf gets stuck at one point and Cal has to go in up to his shoulder after it. It's gruesome and scary, but in the end, both cow and calf are alive. Let's say kudos. After another week of veterinary care and close study, you write up your report. Instance looks it over with disinterest, but even she can't find anything at fault with it. This will do, she says. Congratulations, you passed. Increased rewards for studying life sciences. Nice. And I still got friendship with Tangent anyways, but now I am super stressed. Okay. Late wet. Tangent, your brother's birthday's in late wet, so is yours also in late wet. You find Tange leaning against the wall of the laboratory, looking out onto the hustle and bustle of the colony. Auntie Seaton tried to talk about puberty today, she says, rolling her eyes. It was a pleasure to tell her that I seemed to be suffering no ill effects from the malady. She crossed her arms and shrugs dismissively. Perhaps there is a limit to genetic recombination therapy, as I do not seem to be undergoing the effects common among those who are born to this array of hormones. I should advise Chief Engineer Instance. Well, let's start with, I know you like medicinal roots, so we're just going to go ahead and give that to you. It seems you remembered my birthday, Tange says. Nice, they do share a birthday. Taking the roots and turning them over in her hands, her lips curl in distaste. Oh, I already read the rest of that, of what it is, but nice, it's her birthday. Where's her brother? Where's this? That's where you be. I don't really hear what Cal is. There's this. Where did he go? I guess I can't give him a present this year. Because I don't know where he is. Is he out here? Okay. Oh, yeah, because we're on these expeditions now. I don't want to be like everyone else, this says, scowling as he watches people move around the colony. I'm not like everyone else. Just different. I can tell. Well, so different. I know you also like medicinal roots like your sister, so take this too. Nice. +4 friendships with them is super nice. Okay, but I've got what, 22, so I can do this with her. I already spend as little time around other teenagers as possible, Tang sniffs dismissively. Now that everyone smells and is growing hair in unfortunate places, absolutely not. Lips curl in disgust. What a cosmic joke. Hormones that encourage us to be intimate with one another while simultaneously turning us into disgusting, sweaty, stinky beasts. Ugh, no thank you. I have never allowed my biology to dictate who I am, and I don't intend to start now. Do you want to study together? You and Tangent sync your hollow palms and play a game together where you race to assemble chemical compounds using a simple programming language. Tangent is a whiz at it and breezes through the levels, barely breaking a sweat. You can tell she's hiding a smile when she looks over your shoulder to help you with a particularly tricky algorithm. Nice. Thanks, Tangent. I need to get tougher. For an enemy. So much incredibly tougher. It's insane. Okay. Well, let's do something. What do I get for lookout? Did you haven't done that yet? Perception in animals. Well, my perception is wildly through the roof already, so we're just gonna do defense training. Nim's big brother Com teaches karate techniques to the class. Kicks, punches, flips, all the cool stuff. He's much more calm than Security Chief Brett and takes the time to connect with you instead of just relying on intimidation. You kind of wish he was the chief of security instead. Maybe one day. Brett can't be the boss forever, right? Com organizes your first karate tournament. Well, he doesn't call it a tournament. It's more like an exhibition to show off how far everyone has come in their training. There's informal sparring matches and feats of strength, like high kick challenges and breaking boards. Despite Combs' best intentions, Nem is absolutely taking this like a competition. She takes her place next to you at the board-breaking station and gives you a challenging look, tossing her unruly hair over her shoulder. Is it on? Yes. Oh, it's on. We're gonna compete with Nem. She's probably gonna kick my butt, but... Nem likes winning, but she loves competing even more. You both smash boards until your hands are red and sore, and have a great time egging each other on. Com eventually puts a stop to your competition, declaring you the winner. Nem cheers for you. Oh, thanks, Nem. Okay, well, let's see, this is +2 during challenges. This is definitely a strength challenge. So let's see, 25. I could do full thing 23. Yep, nice. Beat that super goal. More combat and animals. I'm getting really close. I feel like I'm 1 off, maybe 2 off from getting that. We gotta increase combat and toughness though. It's been a long month of being cooped up indoors while it poured rain and everything got too muddy and gross to play outside. You and the other teens are in the lounge again, and everyone's getting a little antsy. Tange and Cal are bickering about something, and Dis must be bored enough that he's letting Mars paint his fingernails. Wow, honestly, because he doesn't really like Mars. Nim's trying to do a dance she learned from watching holovids, and she's failing miserably. The sound of her music fills the room. You're starting to feel a little off too, but, it's weird. Like you want to yell, but at the same time you want to take off all your clothes and streak through the colony square. Nim dances a little too close to Mars's collection of nail polish, bumping into the table and sending them all, and herself, clattering to the floor. Hey, watch it, Dis snaps. Dance your stupid dance somewhere else. Boo-hoo, Mars teased. What are you gonna do, dance about it? Ugh, you're all so childish. Who even cares? Hey, everyone just shut up, Cal exclaims from across the room. Honestly, you all fight all the time. You stay inside where it's nice and dry. You don't appreciate how hard everyone else is working. It's just whine, whine, whine. You are not better just because you work outside. Tans joins in. You're not special, Cal. If I wanted to, I could work outside. She opens her hollow palm and flies her fingers over the screen. There, see, next month I'll be working in Geoponic. How do you like that? Then you can nag me about my soft hands all you want. Edicott pokes her head in from the command corridor. Children, keep it down. I can hear you all the way from the bridge. Everyone goes quiet for a second and then explodes into arguing again. Edicott throws her hands in the air and retreats into the hallway in defeat. I'm just gonna yell at everybody to shut up. Everyone ignores you and keeps squabbling. Mars chases Cal, and everyone else chases her, and somehow you all end up in the classroom. Suddenly, Mars shouts, "Okay, everyone." She claps hands. 1, 2, 3. Look at me. Everyone, shut up. Now everyone stops arguing and looks at Mars in shock. I have an idea, she says. We should decorate the classroom. No one seems excited by this prospect until she adds, with toilet paper. Come on, it'll be pretty. Now everyone's on board. You feel yourself getting excited too. This is so naughty. You might get in trouble, but who cares? You're having fun. Make it into a competition. You split the classroom in half and break it up into 2 teams. Whoever completely covers their half first is the winner. Everyone agrees readily, even Cal. He hates competitions. Your team is doing well until the other team sends Tangent over to sabotage your progress. Mars complains as Tans runs through tearing down your garlands, but now the other team insists that there are no rules against sabotage, so it's all totally fair. This makes Mars shriek in indignation and go flying at Nem, knocking her to the floor for a vicious hair-pulling battle. All the noise attracts the attention of Chief Investigator Instance, who throws her hands up in dismay at the state of the room. The kids scatter before she can make anyone clean up. The next day, you all feel terrible. It feels like your arms and legs are made of lead, and it takes so much energy to do anything. You can barely make it out of bed. All the energy from yesterday has been drained out of you, and then some. It lasts for a week. Some of you can't even get out of bed, and when you do, your moods are all over the place. Aggressive, sulky, impulsive, until your batteries run out and you sleep for over 12 hours straight. You're resting in the lounge with your friends, watching holo vids and grazing on roasted pixie beans, when your dad and Chief Engineer Instance come storming through the door. You, Instance snaps, smacking the bowl of pixie beans out of Mars' hand. Stop eating those this instant. Mars looks like she's about to smack some sense into Instance, but your dad steps in. I'm sorry, everyone. We were wrong about the pixie beans. They're not safe for you kids to be eating. You've been feeding us poison? Mars shrieks. Oh, ew. Do my dads know you're trying to kill me? Your dad spreads his hands. No, they're not. Don't worry, Mars. Calm down. They're not poison. They're just a chemical in them that hyperbonds with estrogen and testosterone, your big teenage growing hormones, and the brain likes binding that new macromolecule a lot more than the regular kind. It's been making your moods unpredictable, causing periods of hypo and a hypermania. When Mars just stares blankly at him, he laughs awkwardly. Translation, he says, it's been making you kids act silly and feel sick. I'm sorry. Instance frowns. If it's doing this to kids, it's not long until it builds up enough to affect the rest of us too. Till further notice, no one is eating a single pixie bean. -1 colony food. Status ended. Hormones. Your dad looks distraught. Lulu was right, he says, collapsing to a nearby chair and rubbing his eyes. You shouldn't trust these things, but crap, she's still gonna be mad that we don't have any other successful food source. You look at him in shock. You've hardly ever seen him swear. Must be worse than you think. Your dad sits there in silence for a long time. Well, it's now the glow month and I am tired, so how did I open the inventory before? Oh, right there, memories. Gear. I want to level up my Ricky, which I can apparently do via relaxing in the park, so I'm just keep relaxing in the park until it happens. The geoponic domes are a comforting beacon of light during glow. While everything else is throwing off an unsettling alien light, domes are stable, dependable, human. You like spending time in them, tending to the seedlings that will be transplanted into the fields and pollen. Relaxing, took the month off. Click. Well, that may be 0, but that's a good one. +1 skill. 1 strength challenge wins. And that one's good for me. Those are good ones. I can make the random 0s ones. Another year, another glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's going to be an attack this year, so the colony is on high alert. You're collecting glowflies in the geoponic gardens with Cal and Nem when the sirens begin to wail. You all stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. Your parents run off to help defend the farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouses and stay quiet. Nem declares that she's going to the walls to watch the soldiers fight. She knows a good spot. Help defend the gates. I'm brave. More rebellious, but brave. You scramble down from the walls and are immediately faced with a seething wall of Hopeyes. You kind of thought there were only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there's swarms of them now. It's not just Hopeyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you can see large creatures that look like walking bushes. These wild, centipede-looking things with long spider legs, and at least one giant, many-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. They all seem to be incited into a frenzy, attacking everything in sight and trying to get through the wall. It's dark and chaotic. Gom sees you through the fray. "Solana," he shouts, "get to safety." You're suddenly not sure this is a good idea, but then you look up and see Nem shouting encouragement from up on the wall. Fight tactically. And I have enough combat for that, so... Ooh, I've got some beefy cards here. Let's see, let's just put 2 3s there. Well, see what if I do that. And we do this. I just need that to be... Oh. I can change the suite to everything but strength. Isn't that freaking wild? 6. That's 10. I'm gonna technically just do more. Let's see. Let's just do the 10 for now. Dump the 8 up there. That's going to become 2 regardless. But if I do that, that's 7, 6. And then that can become 5. If I just put that on there. Which is nice, full 31. I probably don't even need to use that. Let's see. 4, 4, 2, 1, and 0. The super goal was 12. But this should give me, I mean, this is a combat challenge. So, maybe. No stars. +4 from Super Gold, Ricky Gear, Eagle Eyes, and Heroic Status. Nice. You're not even trying to win. There's too many of them, and you're unarmed. But even your vulnerability can become a weapon. You use your knowledge of the buildings around the gate to bait anything that slips past the defenders into circling back, so they can be picked off by people with actual weapons. Nem acts as your air support, calling out when certain shortcuts are blocked by the creatures, so you always have an escape route. Eventually, the defense forces manage to push back the creatures. The rest of their broken swarm flee back into the wilderness. Com jogs over to you, breathing heavily, and slaps you on the back. "You're one brave kid," he says. "Stupid, but brave. You really helped out back there." Nem whistles and hollers from the wall, and Com shoots her a grin. Your parents are arguing quietly at your little table. "I'm telling you, it wasn't a fluke," your mom says. They're not just wild animals. They have a plan. The fields, the lights. "Okay," your dad replies, taking her hand across the tabletop. "We have to tell people what we saw in geoponics." They look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worried expression quickly changes to a smile. "Hey, Rutabaga. What happened to the fields?" Your mom stands up. "Don't worry about that," she snaps. "Go to bed. It's late, and we have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up." "What happened is in the field, Mom." Something clearly happened in the field. Oh, my picture up there is really changing. Alright. Oh, their images have changed too. Well, they don't look like they have changed much. A little bit, I guess. Yep, they are. They're changing how they dress a bit. Yep. And she cut off all her hair. Nem. Nice. You spot Nem halfway up a garrison watchtower, her legs wrapped around the scaffolding as she cranes to look over the fence through a pair of hollow killers. You clear your throat, and she peers down at you and waves. "Solana, come up here, I want to ask you something." You clamber easily up the scaffolding. Nem gives you a high five. Here, look through these, Nem says, shoving the holoculars into your hands. She raises them up to you raise them up to your eyes, and look where she's pointing. Long ways out, much further than the expeditions are going. You spot a dark humanoid shape moving through the towering fungal forest. See him? Nem asks. It's Dis. I swear it is. It's like sneaking out over the walls. So what? Nem stares at you. So what? She repeats, aghast. He's gonna get in trouble. Only if you tell him. Well, yeah, Nem swears, but someone should. You'd also say we're not supposed to go outside in the cold. We're calling us on expedition, Nem says, taking the holoculars back and looping them around her neck. And this just goes wherever he wants. What if he gets hurt? What if he dies? She wrinkles her nose. What if he picks up a weird alien disease and comes back with 3 heads? Nem scratches her cheek, where acne made her skin dry and sore. Ow, she mutters as bits flake off. I just don't know what to do about it, she says. What do you think? You should go after him. Nem stares at you like you've turned green. What? She exclaims. Outside the colony? By ourselves? No way. Nuh-uh. It'll be fun. Nem shakes her head. Nope, not even a little bit. No one would notice we were gone. Nope, nobody, nope. Nem sings songs. Come on, live a little. Nem punches you lightly in the arm. International House of Nope, dude. She says we're all gonna die a little if we go out. We're gonna die a little if we go out there. The colony's got rules for a reason, Nem says, staring off into the wilderness. If we do our own thing and don't care about the rules, we're all gonna be toast. Kinda like a sports ball team. If we're all doing different stuff, then we gotta play by the same rules so we can get as many points as we can. An enemy, Solana. Look down at the ground where a passing colonist is waiting up to you. You two get down from there, it's not safe. Okay, sorry, I'm on watch, Nem shouts back, indicating her binoculars. She shoots you a smile. I guess we should get inside the watchtower, huh? You both climb to the rest of the way to the guard platform. Nem heaves herself up over the edge and reaches down to help you up. You notice that her hands are all banged up and scraped and scabbed over with blue scales, probably from scampering all over the place the way she does. She notices you looking and laughs awkwardly. She runs her hand through her fluffy hair. Maybe if I get beat up enough, I'll have so many scales I won't have no more acne, she jokes. An enemy's loyalty to... Yeah! An enemy more. That's so cute. Rebellion and loyalty. Energetic but who loves sports. So, yep, pretty loyal. Very energetic. And then more goofball than serious. Honestly, I don't have anything there. We're building up that friendship with an enemy quite a bit, though. All their appearances have changed, and it's cute. You watch this scroll through the holo problem. I used to watch a lot of videos. I don't know why. It's all garbage. Who cares about stuff? It's not real. This gestures to the wilderness. That's real. Well, let's go. Just out into the wilderness. Get my pet first. Because the planes have definitely respawned. I feel like I do need more bravery than I need like perception and stuff. So let's do this. Let's just explore nearby. Utopia's working near the gates. Sirius been deemed safe enough for kids to go for a hike, so long as you're back before dark, and never go out during glow. There ain't a lot to see out there, she says. A logging camp, a few fields, some nice lookouts. You've been out here before, but this was when you weren't supposed to, so you let her give you her advice anyway. Keep your eyes peeled for useful things, like that there mushwood log. She points to a light, sturdy piece of wood by the side of the road. Lumber carriers must have dropped it. It's really safe out here, but that don't mean it's totally safe. She's cautious. Don't go too far. If you see anything that scares you, run like heck and make a ton of noise. She helps tighten up the straps of your backpack. What you hoping to see out there, sweets? Just checking things out. Right on, Topia says, patting you on the back. Spoken like a true explorer. Keep your eyes and ears open. You might learn something. Things go pretty wild out there, she continues. If you picked the place clean, give it a year. I bet it'll look like you were never there at all. I guess that's her way of saying that things respawn. Well, let's start with collecting all the loot and seeing what kind of stuff is out here. So I definitely want to do any of the like animal things if I see them, because those are neat. I like those. We'll do this last, probably, because I do see a little animal over here. A hotbye. The hotbye is acting really strange. It won't let you pass. Keep thumping its foot on its ground over really loud. Once it's still, it's wanting me to go away. Pretty much. Unchangeable is so nice right there, because I can do this beautiful little streak. As that becomes 2, well, these are all 2, so I'll just do this. Boom, a beautiful 16, and now everything I get from this one just goes immediately up. Okay, the thing is, I kind of needed this to be 2. It's okay, I guess. Beautiful. Super goal was only 5. I only needed to get 5. It's wild. Alright, 5 to the animals. You stop trying to get past and just listen. It's just wanting to keep me away from the nest. Really just needed the animals up there. I got a new perk though. I shot past that too. I think that's why. It was really close though. Extra gear slot. Equip additional gear. Oh, I didn't realize I'd get that from animals. That's nice though. Well, let's put on some gear. Let's put the sun medallion back on because I actually do really like that one. Just +1 to challenges anyways. Could increase the combat. But I don't think that would give me the perk. That's +2 strength challenges, but this is just +1 all challenges in general. So we're gonna go with the sun medallion back on. Another log. I'll switch to logs today. I suppose it's fair around here. Logs. I got some medicinal herbs too. Not just logs, but I got so many logs. Okay. Let's go to just the one at the end then. Let's just do the end thing first. And then explore whatever I feel like doing after. Forgot how long of a loop this is. You follow the actual path. Right. Almost there. End of the place. Alright, you spot the most spectacular flower you've ever seen. It's nearly a meter wide, all beautiful pinks and glittering rainbow hues, like a powdery oil slick. When the wind rustles, the shimmer is breathtaking. You need to have it, for you know better, don't touch it. Gut feeling. Animals, 20 or greater. The thrill of destroying something beautiful at your own pleasure. If I know better, I'm not touching it. Smart. You resist the flowers of there. Just because it's really pretty doesn't mean it's safe. Let's practice spitting seeds this time. You take the challenge seriously, lining up targets and keeping score. Your aim improves. Nice, so that's a combat one. I hate that I can't just like go down the cliff right there. Oh yeah, plus all physical skill increases. Let's look at this one, some farmland. Some farmland has spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. Nothing's growing here anymore. There isn't even enough for animals to graze on. Let's try to plant something. Plus some biology, plus no stress. What are you doing rooting around over here? Utopia comes striding out of the forest. Big grown-up face. Great farmer? You're in the wrong place. These fields haven't been working in years. Everyone's moved inside the wall, sweets. She kicks a clod of breaking dirt. Soil's just not good enough out here for growing earth crops. Besides, animals get it faster than we can chase them away. Try reporting to geoponics if you'd like to help out. I just wanted to try. You never know. You spot a suspiciously regular noun. Sparks no. Maybe something's buried underneath. Could be dangerous though. Poke it with a stick. You cautiously break off a branch and prod the suspicious mound, watching closely for signs of movement. Nothing. You poke further, and discover in fact it is just a regular pile of snow. Nothing more. Well. Okay. Ahead of you, the road curves right, and there's a steep hill leading off to the left. You bet it's a really great view from the top of it, but it's going to be a scramble to get up there. Hike up it. You leave your pack in some bushes at the base so you'll be lighter on your feet, then start the trek. It's tiring and even steeper than it looked from the bottom, but some broad mushroom-capped trees provide shade. The view from the top is spectacular. You can see all the way to the colony walls in one direction and down to a little sawmill on the other. Then you spot it, the rock, the most perfect boulder you've ever seen, teetering right on the edge of the slope you just climbed up. It's almost as tall as you are and must weigh at least 2,000 kilos. It's practically teetering there. You think with enough muscle you could push it over. I probably shouldn't push it, but I'm gonna push it. There comes a time in every childhood that one must take life by the horns and just push the rock. You shove it with all your might, digging your toes into the rock ground, leaning in, the hard ground and leaning in. The rock starts to slide, and suddenly, it's off with a satisfying lurch, catapulting down the hill, rolling faster and faster, crashing through bushes, and oh crap, your pack. The rock just rolled right over it. Kind of figured it was something bad was gonna happen. You make your way back down the hill to retrieve your bag, now completely destroyed along with all its contents. Oh shoot, you're gonna have a hard time explaining this one to your parents, and you're gonna need a new pack. Too worn out and tired to continue. You have to go home now. Yeah, that happens. The bravery is the important thing. It's your birthday. You wake from a night of blissfully peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a pleasant feeling of contentment. You stretch your arms over your head, blinking in the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. Things are always changing on Vertumna, but you can't help but feel like things are changing for yourself too. Not just your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. Your parents have been working around the clock since the last attack, trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Smart snow has already started falling, and every day they come home complaining about having to clear it. They ask you to ping them when you're awake so you can share birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during breakfast service in the canteen. You fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching dust motes float lazily in the light. After a minute, there's a knock at the door. It's Auntie Sedent. She sweeps into your room in a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits down beside you on your bunk. Oh, look at you, she says. Happy birthday, beautiful. 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's creche, but all the kids still call her Auntie, and she think of her as a close relative. Her sweet, baking bread smell is as comforting as it ever was. She sits back and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Solana, ever since I held you in my arms as a baby, I knew you were so special, so important. You're becoming a young woman, but I want you to know I will always, always be there for you, just like your mom and dad, she says firmly. Smart for my age. Mushy stuff. Thanks, Auntie Sweetens. Auntie Sweetens love. I want to grow up, Auntie. Look at this one. It's got a nice little gym. Enough with the mushy stuff. Rebellion. She laughs and releases your hand. Well then, Miss Maturity, how about you call me Auntie Annie from now on, like the other adults do? Now, come on in here, Auntie Anne says, spread her arms wide. Give us a great big hug. You hug her, enveloping yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. Over her shoulder, you see Nem standing in the doorway. Well, her hair anyways. She's been growing it out, and there's no hiding it behind a corner. She skips into your quarters. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing to your bunk. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me for a few months. Thanks. It's good that you're both here, Anne says. Now that you've both been menstruating for about a year, Ned makes a face and mutters, yuck. But Anne continues. You're both eligible for the cessation implant. Among other things, to prevent the bleeding and pain and the emotional roller coaster of your monthly cycle. The artwork is so great. Mom, Nem hollers, gross. Do you have to tell everybody about my cycle? I just don't want to get pregnant, okay? Anne laughs. Well, yes, that is the among other things part. But I don't expect you two to be needing that part for a few years yet, right? Nem looks disgusted by the prospect. Maybe just by her mom talking about it. Flirt with an enemy? I can start flirting, babe. Maybe one day the two of us could. Nem flushes the same color as her hair. Oh, no, off, she mutters, scratching her neck. Don't be weird in front of my mom, Solana. Nem does look different, in a good way. More grown up. I tell her that her hair is pretty, and she rolls her eyes. I just forgot to cut it, okay? She says, avoiding your gaze. Your parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields and bringing in the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. Oh, look, birthday visitors, your dad exclaims. Anne, are you staying for breakfast? Anne reaches into her bag and brings out a stack of tiffins. No, thank you, but I brought your order with me from the kitchen, seeing as I was stopping by. She pats your hand once more. One more time. Happy birthday again, Solana. You'll always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Your mom shakes her head as Anne and Nem leave. Oh, Anne, she laughs, sentimental to the core. She starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast, but I don't know how the colony would manage without her and the children's creech. She says, points a fork at you. Family is more than the people that birthed you, Solana. And don't forget it. Don't you forget it. Don't worry, I won't. Call everybody Aunt. Anyways. Alright. We're gonna go back over here. And relax in the park again. Hey, Squirt, your mom calls out to you. Don't you think it's time to start thinking what you're gonna do when you're older? You look at her in confusion. Isn't she always telling you to stay in school? She chuckles. You gotta think about it sometime, kid. How about you come join your folks on the farm, if you think you're up for it? I don't think I'm ready. You need to brush up on your life sciences before you're ready to become a farmer. It's a complicated job. And I definitely could. I don't know if farming is what I want to do this playthrough, especially considering I didn't really do biology stuff. I just kind of focused this. And so because of that, I'd like to just keep doing defense training. I need more combat. Nem and you train your very hardest in self-defense class. Sparring with her is a lot of fun, but so are the quiet moments too, when you're stretching out your sore muscles and she shoots you a big, satisfied smile. I gotta just work on my toughness too, because I can't really do much with Nem until the toughness is up as well. I need 24. It's 22. Can't really get it straight. Well, maybe I can. It's not much of one, but it is one at the end of the day. Oh, well, I guess not, because the fact that this goes up. Well, whatever. It's a win. A win is a win. We'll take it. +6 combat. Nice. Combat's really bringing up. I really gotta increase toughness too. It is early pollen. Do I have anybody's birthdays in early pollen? I don't think so. Let's see. The only one I don't know was... Actually, no, I think I know all of them. She's early wet, late wet, late wet, late dust, early dust. I very much bet Tammy's was in pollen sometime. Shtick. Oh, my dad. Oh, it's because it's pollen. You can hear your dad sneezing all the way from engineering. It's explosive. He's trying to scare away predators. He's wiping his nose as you approach, on a handkerchief blotted with shimmering pink. Lately, he's also surrounded by a fine dusting of pink pollen that clings to him wherever he goes. You keep brushing the glitter off things in your quarters. He gives you a hug, then brushes pollen off your shoulder, laughing self-consciously. You haven't heard him laugh much lately. He's been working hard, trying to improve the colony's food supply. He's showing signs of malnourishment, too, though your mom is worse. You're worried for them both. You're worried for both of them. Your dad's skin is kind of shiny in patches. He sees you staring and rubs his hands over his arms. Sparkling dust poofs off him in little clouds, scintillating in the light. Oh yeah, that's a new symptom, he says. Seems harmless, though. You should be wearing your mask. And hide this beautiful face. Your dad laughs, rubbing his nose, especially now that it sparkles. He makes a big show of checking his pockets. Oh, I guess I must have left my respirator back in the greenhouse. Why can't he just take care of himself? Your dad sniffles. Gross. It's like someone stuffed a whole potato pod in my nose. Says like I could just poke a stick up there and pop fresh potato juice. Dad, gross. He grins. What? It's true. You follow his gaze out to the field and to the lands outside the gates. I wonder if the foragers could use an extra hand, he muses to himself. Yeah, maybe I'll join them out there tomorrow. Neither of your parents are taking proper care of themselves. They're so stressed out from the poor harvest and low food supplies. They try not to let you see, but you can tell. Maybe your dad is right. A little seasonal illness is nothing compared to the dangers of running out of food. Yeah, having no food kind of makes that rough. Okay. Let's play. Oh, sports ball is bravery and toughness. Well, let's see. Bravery's 47. Toughness is 48. I play sports ball that brings them both evenly to 49. But I could just go shovel some dirt. I think that brings up my toughness better. It's level 3. Explore the xenobiology lab. I can apply to work as a farmer. Let's explore the zoobotany lab. Hey kiddo, your dad says, looking up from his work desk where he's dissected a huge bell-shaped flower. Can you hand me that separator? I've really got my hands and things here. Hand him the tool, which he uses to wedge open some sort of weird stoma-like opening inside the bell. Gooey purple nectar oozes out and pools on the desk. Whoa, he exclaims, I thought I'd train this little beauty. Can you get a towel, I guess? You help him mop up the flower juice. Yeah, it's sticky and smells like rotting vegetables. When you're done, he looks at you with pride. You know, I've been thinking of getting one of you kids to come help me out with researching native plants, he says. You may be able to break off some time to help your old man in the lab. I know I've been studying biology, hence it's not as glamorous as gene tech research with instants, but it is important. He grins. Let me talk to your mom about it tonight before you go tell her. She's not a fan of alien plants, you know. If we're up to her, we'd fill these greenhouses with earth plants and nothing else. But there's gotta be more on this plant that we can cultivate. If you find a cool plant while you're out exploring, bring them here and we can take a look at them. Unlocked xenobotany. Let's see, shovel dirt will be toughness. You know, let's just apply to be a farmer anyways. You ask your mom if they're still looking for people for that farming job. Sure, kiddo, she tells you. That's assuming you've been studying on your biology. School comes first. Your mom claps you on the back. Ugh, she's just as strong as she looks. Great, she's come see me in geoponics when you're ready to start. It'll be more fun than wheeling dirt around, I promise. So I could have just done that last time. Let's see, shovel and dirt will give me 3 toughness. Working on the farm gives me 2 biology and 2 toughness. That's good for trying to level up friendship with Cal and an enemy. Research, botany, biology, and organizing. Nice. Though I am kind of here to get toughness. Probably wouldn't hurt to build up the biology a bit more because it's a bit lower. So let's work at the farm. It's a proud day for your mom. You're finally following in her footsteps. She meets you at the gate to the gardens. Hello, Sprout, she says, sounding chipper. Come on, we've got a lot to cover before you'll be able to keep up with the rest of us. Finally, some real farming. Your mom shows you around the fields and the geoponic domes. You'll also be working on the fields with the healthier earth crops like the potatoes and the corn, hardier earth crops like the potato and corns, as well as the native plants we've managed to cultivate. Wow, there are some native crops mixed in with the ones from Earth. Incredible. You spend the rest of the day pulling weeds and watering plants. You're dirty up to your waist by the time you're finished, but it's good, honest work. You're proud you're able to do something that helps out the colony. Cal gives you a high five and invites you for a cool drink in the cafeteria after all the other agriculturalists join you. Of all the places in the colony you've worked, geoponics is the most like a family. Maybe because they've always been your family, thanks to your mom and dad. You're literally my family. Let's see. I don't really have any gyms here. So let's see. Card to the right becomes 3. It's fine. 2. I don't really have a 4 for this. So we'll just pop that 4 right there. Hit goal perfectly. +2 bonus to straights. It's nice. +6 for assertive 3, +1 from Ricka gear, and +1 from battle condition. Beautiful. +4 botany, +2 toughness. +2 from 1 challenge and Frig Cooker. So let's see, my botany is 46 now. Toughness is 50. I gotta get toughness so far up for Nem, though. You're at lunch with your parents. Sliced soy cakes and watery broth again. Great. And they put down their cutlery and look at each other. And then you. Solana says, there's something we should tell you. We're trying to shelter you. We've been trying to shelter you from some things, but we think you should know why we've been working so hard in geoponics. There's a meeting after lunch. You should come with us. Okay. You follow your parents to the council room. Mars is also tagged along. You take a seat near them as your mom and Aunt Anne stand to address the council. After Etiquette officially calls the meeting, she gestures to your mom. I'm not going to mince words, your mom says firmly. All of our efforts to increase food production in geoponics have failed, especially given the failure of the pixie beans. The destruction of the fields during the last attack put the nail in our coffin. By the end of the year, the colony will run out of food. The rest of the council murmurs in concern. You and Mars exchange horrified looks. You've been doomsaying about our food supply for 2 years, Hulu. Red questions. Do you mean to say that we're past the point of no return? Mother nods grimly. I'm afraid so. Even with rationing, without securing a Vertumnan food source, our supplies will be out by wet season. She gestures to Anne, whose face is grave. Anne and I have gone over the supplies and come up with food plans. We've crunched the numbers. Your mom sighs and spreads her hands. I'm sorry. Geoponics should have been producing better by now. We should have been able to wean ourselves off of soy rations. During wormhole transit, we also lost our hydroponics in the hull breach. She sighs again. I know I've said it so many times, but our crops just don't grow here. We needed those algae tanks. We needed the microbial soil from Earth. It's not Mom's fault. It's not. The survival of the colony shouldn't rest on one person's shoulders. It's not fair. She's been working harder than anyone. She did everything she could. The council mumbles agreement. They decide they probably never really blamed her or your dad. The only holdout is Mars, who crosses her arms and grumbles that it's clearly a problem with leadership. So what do we do now? Instant asks. Starving to death isn't an option. No, it isn't, your mom replies. We need to secure a food source this year before our rations run out. We're working double shifts in geoponics, but it's not enough. We need more people planting, tending, turning the soil. We need more hands. I can pull back the surveyors and focus on foraging native plants, Utopia offers. Even the young folk can help if they've proven themselves around the survey equipment. I'll send out a hollow message later. I can forage. This has been the burden of geoponics for too long, Etiquette says. It's time we all step up for our future. Council nods in agreement. Your stomach rumbles, ominously. Gain status, starving. Hunger makes it difficult to do physical tasks. Physical skill increase is reduced by 1. Love that for me when I'm only trying to build physical stuff. That's fine, though. We'll just forage in the valley for some food. Utopia greets you warmly as you muster up for your first expedition with the foraging team. Solana, I'm glad you could make it. We really need everyone we can out here right now, boosting our food supply. Miranda sniffed out those tasties. Perception 20. My perception is like over 100. Just waiting for it to go over 100. Good luck hunting out there, she says, handing you an oversized backpack, more like a basket bag. Use your holopalm to identify edible and medicinal plants, and just throw them in here. It'll sort them back at base camp. Oh, and keep on the lookout for creatures. It's pretty peaceful out here in the valley, but even a little bug will get you if you're not careful. Go slow, pay attention to your surroundings. If you're unsure about something, don't approach it. Stay on the path and don't get lost. And don't call it Valley of Vertigo for nothing. Any questions? I can flirt with Utopia, that's so funny. What's a fine lady like you doing in a place like this? No. Will this be with me this time? It looks like she's trying not to smile. Nah, this is good at finding new things. Just not so much the same thing over and over. You'll be okay, though, she continues. You won't be alone out there, and we're doing important work. You're about to leave when Utopia snaps her fingers. Hold up, Sana. We're also investigating some species we might domesticate. Those who want to tag and capture. Ideally, we're looking for herbivore creatures that already live in herds and either produce something edible or reproduce quickly enough we can slaughter them for meat. If you see anything that fits the bill, tag them and bring them back. Okay. Down into the valley I go for the first time ever. The valley of vertigo. We'll stay on the path like she suggests. He immediately tries to go off the path. Oh my, look! Look, it's another one of you. The Ricky are carnivores, you think. The juveniles are too small to take out anything larger than an insect. Not so much the case with this one. The Ricky blocking your path is pretty large, probably about as tall as your waist, and is growling at you over the carcass of something even bigger, which seems to be missing its head. Yuck. You're not sure if it killed or scavenged the dead animal, but it's dragged it into the path and looks ready to fight you for it. I'll just see if I can't find another round. I'm gonna fight it for that. There's another Ricky. Maybe this one won't be to fight me too. You come across not just one Ricky, but a whole swarm of them. Mostly just baby ones, about the size of your head. They're all amassed around a massive tree, scurrying up and down the trunk. When you can see the tree itself under the swarm, you notice it's the same pale pink as the baby Ricky. Its tentacle-like roots meander a fairly large distance before plunging into the ground. When the Ricky see you approach, they get agitated, and they look hungry. Definitely hungry. Like dozens of hungry, grapefruit-sized, furry pink spiders. Stuff of nightmares. Your pet Squiddly Fedderson doesn't seem scared at all. I don't have enough bravery to say they aren't bad. Well, whatever. I'm sure they'll still be there. As long as I don't... You know, I don't know. They'll probably still be there. Let's look at this. A herd of float cow are grazing nearby. Huge, cumbersome animals whose shaggy blue fur hides multiple helium sacs. The helium gives them an agility belied by their awkward, rotund shapes, and during migration seasons they swell up like hot air balloons and are able to travel great distances. During pollen, pregnant and nursing float cows particularly fill their sacs with a salty, high-protein milk which sustains their young and keeps them tethered more closely to the ground. That's when they're dangerous, though. You are their kick and their splash attack. You watch them peacefully bob along, occasionally releasing streams of urine or clouds of helium to maintain a steady height. Let's try to capture one. Animals greater. Okay, so if I had only 20, I would have to try to milk it instead. I have it higher than 30, so this is a hard challenge, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. 19 is probably the best I can do for now. One extra card when drawn. One for each unplayed card. Oh, I should probably just do the 2s here. Nice. Okay, so that's 24. Whew, I need 35. That's wild. Okay, that's those 2 together there. Another 4 here. And then those. Oh no, because I don't want that one to increase at all. We'll just push through. We'll end up going home early, but it's alright. Eventually, you pick out one young female that looks underfed and moves more slowly than the others. She seems like an outcast. The others won't let her eat, and they keep chasing and harassing her. She should be easier to catch, and as malnourished as she is, maybe easier to tame. Oh my god. Lassoing a float cow. You get a lasso around her and hold her down while she whines in terror and releases her flutter. Don't try to get away. You're in the blast radius, but you hold firm. You're able to bob her along behind you all the way back to the depot. Well, howdy, Utopia says when you bring the float cow in. What do we have here? Why, you're a real cowgirl, Selena. I'm mighty jealous. She inspects the tired float cow. She's still a little under the weather, Utopia proclaims. Here's hoping we can nurse her back to health back on the ranch. I'll take her back myself. You can come see her anytime in geoponics. +1 colony food. +2 goes. Where do I see colony food? Who knows? Okay, well I can't really do much else, so we're just gonna explore. Pick up some stuff. Mostly just do that, and then, you know, whenever I feel like being done, we'll probably investigate one of these mini little guys. Actually, I'll probably do that one. That big blast thing. Oh, there's another, like, big blast thing area over here. Sorry, I'm looting things. I need all the gifts, you know? Okay. This is interesting. You come out to the middle of the trees to a large, grassy clearing in the middle as well. You can only describe as a pedestal. In the middle of a cradle of flowers sits a massive egg, easily larger than any egg you've seen before. It's white with red flecks. It's just sitting there in the middle of the empty clearing, totally unprotected. You know what? I'm not dumb enough to grab that. So we're just gonna go home. Yeah, I really don't need the perception. I do need the biology, though. I need to get more bravery and then go out there sometime. I really, really need the starving thing to be over so I can go back to building up my toughness and relax in the park. The garden is such an extravagance normally. But during a famine, it's almost irresponsible. Your mom hasn't had a lot of time to weed here lately, so you can make some of your free time cleaning up around the flowers. They're pretty, but not edible. What a shame. Plus one bond with pet tree. You haven't given up training Squiddly Fedderson to follow simple commands. They clearly have the ability to understand what you're trying to communicate with them. There's just a huge language barrier. Cal gives you the idea to try clicker training, getting them to associate verbal commands with actions and rewards, using a clicking noise as positive reinforcement. You may as well give it a shot. Animal challenge. 5 kudos if total equals goal. Well, I need probably 1. 13. 11. This is probably the best. So, after Carlin drawn, it's always such a good one. So it's 30. That's 32. Looks like we're doing that then. Well, actually, I wonder if I do this. It's 29. Pretty sure this brought me to 32, so yeah, we'll do 32. 6 is probably the best I've got here. I'll do that. That makes it 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, that wasn't quite 3. That's okay. 32 is a good one. Let's go. Let's do the animals. Animals seems to be the next one I'm going to max out. Success! You use the clicking as a shared language, and Squiddly Fedderson quickly begins to respond to your commands. By the end of the afternoon, you're getting pretty reliable results from both stay and follow. And now my Ricky is up to 2, plus 3 bonus traits. Nice. This is great. Ricky must be more intelligent than people give them credit for. Maybe Ricky will be the species that evolves to be codependent with humans, like dogs evolved from wolves. And I took the month off to relax. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep my memory sneaky though. Early dust. Well, let's start here. Okay, it just automatically levels up. Early dust. Whose birthday was... Yep. Anemones. Oop. You know what? I wonder... There is cake in here. In the supply depot. Oh, there's not cake anymore. There was cake. Oh, you know what? Makes sense that there's not cake. We're in a famine. They need something. I will soon. I don't know. Nim grabs you by the shoulders. Sloan, you gotta help me, she says urgently. Moms keep talking about how we're all gonna have to start having babies, and she gets this look about her. I don't wanna have any skunky babies. Nim shudders with her whole body. Why do I gotta be in a girl body anyway? I'm tougher and stronger than lots of boys. No one's telling them they gotta have babies. Poor Nim. Poor Nim. Have this Xeno egg for your birthday. Thanks. Really just trying to build that friendship. You're 14 years old. You could spot a Dorbus moth from a click away. Got a knack for finding hidden things and staying hidden when you need to. And you know all sorts of things about animals. Oh, that changes over time. Okay. Well, we're just gonna go back out and forage some more. Oh, wait, I wanted more bravery, right? But it's gonna go down by... Oh, well, bravery's not. So I could definitely do that. Well, you know what? We're gonna go here. We're gonna play sports ball, because it's gonna give me bravery. I might not get the toughness from it, but I need the bravery. It's sports ball day, organized by Com, the day devoted to sports ball and sports ball related activities. There are races where you have to bounce a ball on your head or kick it through an obstacle course, and net jumping, and even a dunk tank that Rhett and Com volunteer for. And of course, there's a sports ball game at the end. Anne brings all the kids from the critch, and the kitchen staff makes soy dogs right from the grill for everyone. Even Dis is here. Com must have done some hardcore convincing to get him to show up at all and actually join in the sports ball game. He's on your team, and it's not going great. The flesh is here, but the spirit is clearly rebelling. Dis, get the ball, you skeezy weirdo, Mars yells as the ball sails in his direction. Dis lets it soar over his head and makes an attempt at running for it, but when Em gets there first for the opposing team, he just backs away. She crows in victory and fires it into your goal. Mars stomps over to Dis. You don't even try, she berates him. Why are you even playing if you're not going to do your best? Dis just shrinks away from her, trying to disappear into his baggy clothing. Lay off of him, Mars. It's fine, Dis mumbles. I don't care about your stupid teams. I don't want to be here. I'm supposed to be crowned with school credit for physical and mental wellness. That explains things. All the more reason for Mars to have some compassion. Dis stalks off. You see him arguing with Com at the sidelines before Com, still dripping from the dunk tank, takes his place on your team. Resume play, he says, blowing his whistle. With Com on your side, you win the game easily. The day ends with a presentation of awards. Rhett and Auntie Anne present everyone with a participation ribbon. She with a big smile, and he with a barely contained grimace. Rhett pins your ribbon to your chest and addresses you and Mars. You did great out there. I love seeing that kind of drive to succeed in your youth. You're both going to be great assets to the colony someday. Mars scoffs and flips her hair over her shoulders, but the security chief continues. If you like winning, you should come talk to me about joining the defense force when you're older. We could use strong people like you. Nearby, you see Aunt Anne frowning in disapproval. You, Cal, and Nem volunteer to clean up the sports equipment. While you're putting it away, you overhear Rhett and Anne in the middle of an argument. It's completely inappropriate, Aunt Anne says, sounding, well, more spirited than you've ever heard. You took their innocent fun and turned it into a military recruitment drive. You see it like that, Rhett retorts, but a lot of these sports ball kids, they're exactly the kind of people we want defending the colony. They're team players with dedication. They should know there's a place for them doing whatever they're good at. They can't play sports ball forever. But they're only children once, Anne replies. The whole point of being here is to be different from Earth. No more school to military pipeline. These kids aren't doing high school football, hoping for scholarships so they don't have to join the military to go to college. Cal and Nem look at you in confusion. You don't know what they mean either. What's a college? You put the rest of the equipment away in silence. It's always weird to hear adults arguing, especially council members like Rhett and Anne. Finally, Nem speaks up. My mom's such a soggy blanket, she mutters. Chief Rhett is right. It's fine if she's just telling us we're good at stuff. She slams such hard plastic balls into the recycler. Who doesn't like being told they're good at stuff? Cal puts an armful of ropes and sacks into the recycler. No way, he says, Rhett shouldn't be trying to convince people against kids joining the defense force. It's not right. What do you think? I wish I had an option to not really say either. Because, well, yes, it's good to tell kids that they're good at things, but probably shouldn't really try to force them down. the specific pipeline. For the sake of building my relationship up with Nem, I'm trying to build up my relationship with Cal too, so I don't know. Being in a colony makes it such a interesting situation, though. I think I'm gonna have to side with Cal on this one. Sorry, Nem. You agree with Cal. Brett isn't just being nice, he's brainwashing kids into choosing to join the Defense Force. Nem makes a gross sound with her mouth and crosses her arms. You finish cleaning the equipment room in silence. Cal and Nem barely look at one another, and don't say goodbye when they leave. You're left with the feeling that something between them is changing forever, and you're helpless to stop it. Rip. Just is what it is, I suppose. That brings us to 29. Do that, that's 20. I have to do it that way. Wild. Okay. Don't really make a difference, so just from another 4. That's fine. We'll just 1 over. It's okay. +4 bravery. Oh yeah, I didn't get any toughness from Max. I took it away. It's fine. I'm very brave now. And I've got more friendship with an enemy. It's time for Vertumna, the yearly midsummer celebration, when the colony gives thanks for its good fortune. Well, it would be, but as you file into the main square, you can't help but notice the feast table is nearly empty. What Anne lacked in resources, she made up with care. The dishes are lovely plated, soy cakes glisten, steam rises from buns stuffed with mince, and there are great pitchers of vegetable broth rendered out from even the most inedible food scraps. There's a neat stack of sugar cubes for dessert. Whole sugar, what a luxury. And an underwhelming feast. That'll be the highlight. Governor Eddicott's welcoming speech this year is short. Her frail body trembles as she welcomes you all to Vertumna with a dry, whispery voice. Then has to be helped off stage. Like all of you, she has been feeling the effects of the cannon. Everyone clears away the chairs for the annual competition. Which one do you participate in this year? Well, we're just going to continue down the bot stuff, so. Friendship with Cal and an enemy. Home adds something new every year, but no one's really at their best given the rationing. Running around sweating in the hot sun seems like a luxury nobody can afford, even you energetic kids. The spectators listlessly wave fans as Combe announces this year's edition will be thumb wrestling. Last 30 seconds against Combe or get a time penalty. Mem's face falls. No fair, she exclaims. The ship-wide thumb wrestling champion. He talks about it all the time. He's the worst. Combe just shrugs and blows his whistle for you to get into position. Well, let's start the pentathlon. This card gets +2. How nice. We'll just dump all that in. 23. Okay. +1 to these challenges. That card gets a nice +2, which really throws off my groove, but it's fine. Who needs a groove, right? 19. Okay. Let's see. These would be good. See, that's going to be a +5. All these things are very much out of order, but it's a win is a win, then we'll take it. 2 stars out of 3, but it's okay. I get a toughness from that. Nice. Toughness and bravery match, no? You don't beat Combe with a thumb wrestle. Nobody can. He's the best. But you do manage to hold on through 30 seconds of maneuvering and fake-outs and double fake-outs. The man is a master. In fact, the last thing you learn from Combe in those 30 seconds can be applied to the bot that you have to wrestle with at the end of the contest. I wonder how you never noticed before how much of bot wrestling is finesse, not just brawn. You win handily. Nem whines at Combe for being unfair, but she still takes second place. After the festivities, the whole colony takes a few days off for a break. Well, except for geoponics, and the foragers, and the kitchens. and everyone who uses the break from their usual work to help out in the places that didn't close. Okay, it's not really a break, but you try to take it easy anyways. Mid-dust. That's why we've been kind of out there foraging a bunch. You're winter and everyone wants to be your friend. Still starving, but clear-minded. Plus 10% chance to get a bonus +1 when increasing skills. Let's forage in the valley again. For this is all we need to do during a famine. Is forage. Work the best we can to help out the colony. I wonder if the things remain the same. Yep. This was not the one where I needed it for. I think it was this one. Read that one earlier. Yeah, maybe they aren't so bad. Need bravery 50 or higher. You walk up to the tree and put your hand on it. The baby Ricky swarm around the tree trunk, very upset with you. They calm down when they see you aren't doing anything. There's an unmistakable thrum of life under your hand, not just from the proximity of the baby Ricky, but from the tree itself. It's warm and leathery. You can feel something like a pulse. It's alive? It seems as if this tree itself is itself a Ricky, just a different phase of its life cycle. Does that mean that the little clusters of fruit that in its branches are Ricky eggs? Or maybe cocoons? There's so much you don't know, but you do know that this nursery tree is a special place. There's nothing to forage here, though. These ravenous youngsters have shipped everything edible from a wide radius. Move on. That's neat, though. Oh yeah, I wanted to go to these exclamation marks instead of question marks, and I ended up getting distracted by the egg and not doing the exclamation marks. Oh, I didn't even talk to these Rickies. A curious Ricky blocks your path. It's acting strange. It keeps scurrying up trees and hanging upside down to get a different angle to look at you, then dropping down when you try to pass underneath. It may be small, but it's at least attempting to be intimidating. That must mean something. It's not interested in your pet Ricky. It's interested in you. Even Scootily Fedderson looks unsure and hides between your legs. Let's approach it. Bravery challenge of 3 rounds. Okay. Well, that's not the best, I suppose, but better than nothing. 5, 4. Went the 4 there. 2, and 2, because I don't want to set that to 1. Oof. This doesn't look like it's going to go super well for me. But, you know. See, that's 21. It's 26. 23. Yep. If we do this, 28. You can at least just push through for 10 stress. Another bravery. The Ricky runs up your leg. It's a giant spider thing. It's got weird tentacles and get it off. The urge to dance around and shake it off is almost uncontrollable, but you manage to keep your cool. The Ricky tastes you with its tentacle feeler legs, but doesn't look interested in causing you harm. Pokes at your backpack, trying to get in, and gives up and scurries off. Tastes me is a weird thing for me to read. But I sure just read that. There was a flower there. That's alright. You're alone, exploring an unmapped area of the Valley of Vertigo. The pollen is thick here, and your air filter is overworked. A warning light has been flashing orange for the last 10 minutes. But there are plants here that you've never seen before. Flowers with intense rainbow hues and strange lumps of fungal matter that pulse as if they're breathing. You cut some samples. Utopia will totally give you extra kudos for these. The pollen is especially thick up ahead. Deep fuchsia and shimmering with color. Everything here seems to dance with tiny flecks of reflected light. It's kind of magical. Press forward. You push forward into the suffocating pink fog. It's so thick you can only see a few meters ahead. You follow the glimmering towards where it denses. You come upon a glade filled with what seems to be strange topiaries. They loom out of the glittering fog, each in the shape of an animal. They're all formed from the same spongy, glittering pink substance and dotted with finger-length fungal growths. You're so distracted you almost fall into a large hole in the center of the glade. Should probably check for danger. You sense plant-like animals before you. Are these topiaries actually predators waiting for you to get close? You watch them carefully from the edge of the glade. They're completely still, not breathing. There's no life signs. Good. Your envirosuit beeps a warning. Take a sample of the fungus. +1 shimmer gear. You bend down to take a sample. You realize the dense, shining haze is coming from the topiaries. The fog is seeping out of the holes at the end of each fungal growth. You break off a few of the growths into a collection pile. You remember helping Tang for extra credit in biology class. Showed that the shimmer, the seasonal illness that affects your dad and pollen, is some kind of colonizing fungal growth. Could this be related? Your envirosuit beeps a louder warning. You should probably leave. You leave. As you exit the thick pollen and are able to see again, your mask warning light starts flashing red. The filter is finally clogged. You got out of there not a moment too soon. You lurch back to the checkpoint, though their foragers are quickly replacing your filter. Utopia chides you for not paying attention. Well, we're gonna go keep exploring. And I was paying attention, I was just risking it for the biscuit. And I got a piece for the cure, so worth it. Your path is blocked by a massive 8-legged exofauna, something between a spider, and a squid, and a bear. It's in a rage, grunting furiously and bashing itself against trees and rocks at random. You duck and hide as it glares in your direction. It's breathing heavy and dozens of eyes gleaming with madness. It's the same soft pink and purple you recognize from the multi-legged fit tree that live in this area, but so much larger. Could this be a related species? Its gaze drops from you to your pet, Ricky Squiddly Fedderson, who chitters and runs up to it, waving its grasping tentacles. The gigantic creature huffs and leans down to sniff it, its rage forgotten. I need empathy, 20 or higher. Well, just let the creature sniff the pet. Actually, what does it take to get empathy up? Because that'd be a good thing if I could get empathy 20 back up and come back. Let's just sneak away for now. We'll come back. You spend some time working in geoponics, so you know your way around a plant or two. Walking through this area, you notice something different about it. The bare ground feels bouncy, like a trampoline. The plants all look weirdly stunted. Not a lot can stifle nature here, so it's honestly a little weird. There's no grasses or mosses growing here. Let's see, notice the strange spongy soil or the unusual biodiversity, or just want some fun. Notice the strange spongy soil. You peer down this oddly bouncy ground. It's pink and fleshy and... Wait, is it even ground? You kneel and take a closer look. More like a kind of dense moss or coral, maybe? You press a hand into the moist, squashy substance. It smells sweet and starchy, like cake. It blankets the ground here in a thick, sponge-like layer, swallowing up everything it touches. Gross, but it smells so good. You dig a large chunk of the sponge cake up to bring back to geoponics. Further analysis is needed, but you have a good feeling about this one. I don't know if I have a good feeling about this one. I don't think I have a good feeling about this one. The game tells me I have a good feeling. I don't know if I have a good feeling. Something odd about the ground here draws your attention. It's oddly lumpy. But what is up with that? What's up with that? Scope it out. Perception challenge. All cards under become 3. That's fine. 22 is good. 6, 6, 5, and 4. 31. So I only need to get 10 this time, which should be good. Card to the right becomes 3. Well, I don't really want it to become 3. Let's jump all of these up. That should be 4. There we go. Super goal was 20 and I got 23. The kudos, because I can't really increase my perception any further. I wish it would still show like 100 something out of 100. Whoa, that's a potato minefield. Underground, the recent rain has swelled the young melons to bursting. You better watch where you step or you'll end up knee-deep in potato juice. Good news is, they're tasty. Forage 1. They're so dang heavy, the calorie to weight ratio isn't optimal. Most are too young, but you find a ripe one, dig it up, and roll it back to the depot. Plus 10 kudos, plus some colony food. Okay, you'll probably only do one more. So, let's just do this one. You find a healthy blep bush and harvest some of the leaves to bring back to the colony. Utopia's beyond excited when she sees your haul. Oh, blep, she cries, shoving her hands right into the basket of rustling leaves. Solana, you're a girl after my own heart. She pops a leaf in her mouth and chews on it, then shudders happily. Oh, she cries. That'll perk you up. But good. Aunt Anne brews a heck of a cup of this stuff. For me, I prefer it raw. She points at you. Don't you go getting any funny ideas. This'll turn you green and give you spots across my heart. Stay away till you're older. Chew some blep. A potent brew. That's so funny. It's chew some blep leaves. In defiance. Just because Utopia was born on Earth, she thinks she's an adult just like the rest of them. She's closer to your age than to all the other adults. What does she know anyway? You wait till Utopia leaves, then shove a leaf into your mouth. You struggle not to spit it out right away. It's so bitter. You can't help but stick out your tongue. Blep, indeed. Relax. Mysteriously, you experience a rush of giddiness a few minutes later. Oh, that blep sure is good. No wonder adults keep this stuff away from kids. It's probably addictive. Well, I can now do another one. You hear a rustle in the bushes, catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure. Could it be a person? Whatever it is, you quickly lose sight of it in the jungle. Probably shouldn't follow it, but I'm gonna do it. The wilderness is thick here, as is the fog that comes in waves. You want to rely on your tracking skills to go further. Well, my perception's amazing, so I hate that that's locked right there, but that's okay. 17. Let's do this. Let's do a bunch of threes. Reach gem on other cards. I wish the straight could also go backwards, because that would work beautifully. But no, it cannot, so. +2 for each gem on other cards. Well, I don't really have that going for me right now, so. Ooh, that'll take all my stress if I do that. That wouldn't take all of it. Nice. Push through. A little bit more stress, but it's fine. I'm getting through. You're looking for a person, so it's a surprise when you come face to face with a weird looking creature. It kind of looks like a person a bit, more like a tree, really. Some relative of the bushbub, maybe, but more tentacles and slime. Like a tree oozing with gooey sap with 2 legs. Yuck. It makes some sort of baroo noise as you back away. Alright. I only have 5 stress, so I probably shouldn't. I don't even think I can. Oh, you come across a veritable feast of berry bushes. Gloopy, saggy bushes with enormous purple berries. They look delicious. Research them first. Biology challenges. Goodness. That goes all the way up to 9. That's insane. Still not that bad. 16 regardless. So we might as well just do that. Because then I can put the 4, the 3 there, and 3. It's 20. Beautiful. Okay. There's not really any more gems here. Let's see. Cow's Strength. Gem card. And that's 14. 19. 17. 19 would be better. Yeah. 18 would be better. I don't have the stress to push through. So I've got a lot of mush logs. So maybe we just Let's log our way through. Boom. Mush logged the way through. Victorious. I got another biology. Oh, these purple berries. They're not even in the holopedia as berries. They're some kind of explosive seed pod. You take a few steps back, careful not to set them off. Set them off from a safe distance. I probably shouldn't harvest them. But at the same time, they could probably be used in our defense. But I don't want to risk them blowing up. But I don't know if I should set them off. Like, I don't think either of these options are good options. We'll harvest. We'll take that risk. As soon as you get your hand around one of the fist-sized berries, you hear a pop and feel a rush of heat against your face. These aren't berries. These are exploding seed pods, literally. You stop, drop, and roll to beat out the tiny flickers of fire on your coat. You're lucky it wasn't worse. Alright. I mean, I tried. I thought maybe we could do some in our defense. But no, I just set my hand on fire. Fair, I guess. Mid dust, late dust. Somebody had late dust. Was it Cal? Late dust. Yep. Oh, Cal wants to talk to me too. How convenient. You spot Cal heading towards the barns at the far end of the farms. Hiya, Selena. He waves. What's going on? Oh, nothing. Cal sighs. Just thinking about, well... He trails off and scuffs his foot in the dirt. I guess it's not like you can get me in trouble now, so... maybe just have a pet. She was like a little pink caterpillar. Color socks. Or chunk up in the storage barn. Nobody knew. He scrubs the back of his arm over his face. But she didn't stay a little forever. Eventually she got big, like real big. I couldn't figure out what to feed her, so she ran away. Cal sighs and looks wistfully up at the sky. I just hope she's okay, whoever she is. Aw, poor Cal. Cal is standing in the garden, watching a pair of dormouse moths flutter overhead. They're the worst, he says, frowning. We gotta find a better place to put the grain, because they just get in everywhere. You'd be surprised what kind of hole they can squeeze through. I found something you might like, Cal. Not that I can remember what you like. I think it's these. Pepper fruits. Oh wow, it looks delicious. It's your birthday gift. But Cal, I've also realized I have enough biology. Do you want to hear a fun nature fact? You tell him about the time Tang brought a skunk bug for show and telling biology, and it got scared and made the worst, smelliest, grossest stink you ever smelled, and everyone thought Tang had farted. Aw, poor Tang. Embarrassing lesson. Keep between rounds. Oh. Then Professor Howell had to clear out the whole room, and it took weeks to get the smell out of the bean bags, and it was so gross. But also kind of neat how such a tiny bug could make a whole room of kids run away. Cal laughs. I remember that, Selena. Except the way I heard it, it wasn't Tang. It was you. Alright. I don't know. Obviously, didn't live through that. I've just been trying so hard on the hunger. Oh, I gotta rest, right? I can't raise it up past level 2, so we're gonna probably go hang out on the walls with this, probably. You use the uninterrupted time on the walls to catch up on some schoolwork. Attending class isn't mandatory after a certain age, but if you want to be able to get into one of the more specialized career paths, you're expected to at least do some independent study, even if you're not attending class. Oh yes, studying is so relaxing. Early wet. This is Mars' birthday. Me and Mars we're not great friends. It's about the only one I'm really not friends with. Because Tammy's dead. Well, back to the grind, I guess. Because we really gotta get that food up. 5 events remaining, 0 collectibles. That's fine. I just want to get those 5 events. And then we will work on anything else. Probably try to get some bravery up, because we want to hang out with this. You decide to take a shortcut through the jungle to a path you were sure was just up ahead, and now you're lost. Everything looks the same here. The plants are too high to see any landmarks, and you swear some of them move around when you aren't looking. You try to check the positioning on your hollow palm, but the dang thing isn't working and won't connect to long-range communications either. Typical. Utopia did warn you the comms were flaky out here. You think you can tell north from the position of the two suns, but that's it. Orient your way out of here. You climb a tree and chart a path through the wilderness from above. With what information on your hollow palm, navigating to the nearest landmark is a breeze. Nice. I mean, with that information on the hollow palm. Very perceptive am I. Oh yeah, I needed to build my empathy. I'll just wait for it to leave. I don't want to fight it. You back off and wait. It sits there and gnaws at that animal slowly for hours. It's disgusting. Eventually it rolls over and takes a nap. Its many legs kicked up in the air and its tummy bulging. You try to sneak by, but it wakes back up with a hiss. It drags the rest of the carcass off into a tree, and you can finally pass. There's 2 down. 3 more to go. Well, wherever they are, okay. You come across a huge field of flowers. Most are teensy pink ones, but some are beautiful big yellow ones. You check the Holopedia. Looks like they're a brand new species. They don't even have a name. They need a name, like butter dandies, even though they neither look like buttercups nor dandelions. Honestly, they kind of look more like spitting cobras than anything. Just take 1 yellow flower, or enjoy them without picking. Well, we'll pick them all, because it's a perception challenge, and I gotta show off my strong perception. Why? Don't know. I just do. Gotta show it off. Alright, 11. 6, 5, 4, 3. That makes that a 3, but I want it to stay a 4. So, let's see, 29. Let's see, 5, 4, 4, 3, which becomes 4. And then this means we kind of just want to scooch this over here so we can get a much better one. Another 27. Good enough. You notice there's a distinct difference between the blooms. As you watch insects buzz from flower to flower, you notice they leave a trail of slightly more pinched-looking specimens. The pollinated ones will likely close up and be shriveled by morning. With this knowledge, you pick 3 healthy, unpollinated beauties. Nice, I got 3 yellow flowers. Now I need to find the last. Okay, I think these are the last 2. A bristlebug is rooting around in the underbrush. It's like a little porcupine with no legs. Well, little is relative. It comes up to your waist, and it must be at least 100 kilograms. You've seen a few of these up at Janoponics. They're easy to catch, and their spines and berries naturally fall off and are edible. A chewy, renewable source of food. Kind of like jerky. Maybe you could catch this one. It's gonna be hard, but we're gonna catch it. We're gonna try. We are gonna try. Okay, I don't like when the set neighbors to this value is like the only option I'm given there. It's 19. It's 12. We'll do 19. Okay. +2 to the card to the right. We like that. That's 28. I really don't have to cut that one down. So that would also be 4. So that'd be 36. Let's go. We need to get 27 though. It's gonna be rough. It's 5. I really do need that to be like a 6. Or whatever, you know. 27. I really just need 1. Do I push through for the 5 stress or do I use a stick? We'll just push through for the fight stress. I don't really have much else to do here anyways, so... You're pretty sure this one is a female because it has bristles on its butt as well as its head. Her eyes are a deep green. You think you'll call her Emerald. She seems calm in the net, like she isn't too worried about where she might be going. You crouch down with a clump of leaves and she sticks her muzzle through the net and eats them right out of your hand. Her whiskers tickle. You pat her forehead and pack her off to the Genophonic Barns. You could go visit her later if you'd like. Plus 20 kudos, plus 10 from popular status, nice, and more colony food. I'm trying really, really hard. We're just like, we're not having a good time, it seems. So, this is the last one. I don't have the empathy I wanted, but it's okay. We will just let the creature sniff my pet. The larger creature makes a chuffing noise, like a tiger, a bassy, vibrating exhale that ruffles your Brixie's fur. Content it's not going to eat Squiddly Fedderson, you keep back and let them introduce themselves. Squiddly Fedderson isn't intimidated in the slightest, in fact. It seems totally relaxed in the presence of this hulking beast. They touch tentacles and sniff each other, and your Ricky even curls up in the bigger one's arms for a while. Wait, they look just like parent and child. Is this another life phase of the Ricky? After a while, the huge Ricky leaves harmlessly. Your happier little buddy got some social time with their own species. Aw, that's adorable. Honestly, I'm kind of glad I did that. Where I let them go. The Ricky life stages are sure interesting. I was at the end of the area. Why did I choose to run all the way back? Like a crazy person. Sticking my tongue out. So silly. Well, back we go. Because I am pretty sure I've explored everything there is here. I forged it all. I did my job. My goodness, I really should have just went to the end where I was at. This little gazebo is set up as the waiting area for the automated transporters which trundle back and forth between here and the colony. A sign reads, Autobus Depot, Valley of Vertigo. Attention, air filters mandatory in this zone. Fruit is abundant, but please identify species before harvesting, as some species may object violently. Xenofauna may behave more aggressively in this area. Always approach wild animals with caution. It's time to go home. Are you sure it's been the month? Yes, there is nothing left to explore here. I got it all. It's really up in my biology, which is why I really am bravery to go up. And I need my empty to go up. Mid-wet. Well, if we want bravery to go up and try to increase some of our toughness, it seems like we're going back to sports ball. Probably won't get any toughness because of the fact that I'm still starving, so. Kombucha and Nem come up with a top secret handshake that they share with everyone else on the sports ball team. It involves a lot of complex hand motions and ends with making the funniest face you can make. You're not supposed to, but you show it to your dad. He pretends like he can't understand it, so your secret is safe with him. That's funny. You're not supposed to, but you do it anyways. Beautiful. Supergirl was 35 and I had 37. Adds some stress and I don't really get anything but the bravery, but bravery was what I was after anyways, so. I mean, I do really want the toughness. I really, really do, but. Late wet. Learning a lot about systems, this says, writing on his holopalm. Like the water cycle and the nitrogen cycle, food webs and decomposition, stuff like that. It's pretty cool, even if it's all textbooks from Earth. He looks wistfully out at the wilderness. So much we don't know about this place. Well, let me give you another medicinal root, because I know you like them. And it's your birthday. Oh, I get to talk. You watch Dis on a ridge overlooking the wilderness, bobbing his head along to something playing through his ear-speak. He doesn't notice you walk up. He jumps when you tap him on the shoulder and scrambles to turn off his holopalm. Don't sneak up on me like that, he grumbles and flops backward on the grass to look up at you. Man, I was just gonna do the good part of the song. What are you listening to? This looks away. Just some old music from Earth. You probably wouldn't like it. Try me. You sit down beside Dis and extend your hand to link your holopalms. This stares at you for a few seconds before pressing his palm to yours, and music floods your brain through your ear speak. This takes his hand back and weaves his fingers together, timid. I listen to a lot of earth music, he says. Do you like it? He asks. Oh, yeah, I did forget to mention that. It's I just forgot. You're good. Will this end? Dis cracks a small smile, relieved. Good, he says. It's my favorite right now. I always listen to the same album on repeat. It's comfort music. I really like her voice. He stares into his lap. Sometimes I feel like the lyrics are about me, he admits. Which is so deep. Like my soul really gets this kind of music. But don't tell anyone, okay? Makes me feel better, thinking that someone knows my pain. Even if it is just a dead earth woman. Sounds deep. Just nods and closes his eyes. Yeah, he replies. I have a lot of time to think. Not like everyone else here. Staring up at the stars. You lie back in the grass and listen to Dis's music for a while. Oh, if only I had more creativity. I could introduce him to new music. Instead, my only options are to hold his hand and flirt, or just enjoy time with him. We'll just enjoy time with this. I can't introduce him to music. My creativity is only 8 out of 30. You and Dis lie in the grass and listen to music, trading different songs back and forth until dark. And the bell rings to close the gates for the night. I'm already flirting with an enemy, so... My pet. Okay. I still have to pick something for the month. Bravery's getting up there. Still dealing with that, so I can't do great. Hello. Dad. Your dad sneaks you a crumbled up soy ration bar from his pocket. Here, have this, he says. I didn't finish at lunchtime, and I'm not hungry. You know that's a lie, but you eat it anyways. You're just so hungry. Help him with the animals. Your dad is working with the float cows. One of them is sick and isn't producing enough urine as ballast and keeps wanting to float away. Your dad is building a spike so we can tie her down until she feels better. You hold on to the leash, feeling like a little kid with a balloon. Big, woolly, grassy balloon. Looks down at you with placid, unblinking eyes. You can see yourself reflected in them. Weird. Neat. Oh, can't even talk to my mom because I'm not organizing good. You have to work for everything you've ever been given. You've been given, your mom says, digging her shoulder. It doesn't just happen. So this famine is reminding us. Sorry, Mum. I'm not particularly organized, so I've done all the foraging I can do. There isn't really anything in there left there. I mean, these were fine, but we gotta get that toughness up if we can. The mood in geoponics is tense. Everyone is working themselves to the point of exhaustion, trying to get enough plants in the ground to survive this year. Oh, this gives me empathy. Increases animals as well. Research these would give me organization. We're just gonna shovel some dirt. This month with your mom has you and Cal digging out rice paddies. You put on mud waders that are way too big for you and stumble into the soggy muck. Cal starts nerding out about mud as he does. The ground is so soggy because the lower gravity means the water takes longer to seep down, he explains, pulling a big clot of mud out of the ground and slapping it into the hover lift. At least when it's raining, you don't have to use wheelbarrows. Everything is so swampy and warm on Vertumna, not like the dry, recycled air of the stratosphere. The wet ground makes the roots from our earth plants rot easier, so we need a ton of mush tree mulch for this kind of puffy lava rock kind of thing. He stops, rubs his face, smearing mud across his cheek. Maybe we can do that next. I like smashing up in tiny bits with a hammer. It's nice to be outside with Cal. The tropical rain is never too cold, and Cal is great company. You just think about all the cool stuff that's out here, Cal explains. Who else gets to shape the planet and provide food for the colony? No one. That's who. This job is the best. He keeps on digging and nattering about cool bugs he finds in the mud. You goof off a little and have fun. Your antics eventually leads to you slipping, and suddenly you're up to your armpits in the mud, laughing as it oozes down your oversized waders. Shoveling dirt. First collectible use is free. Neat. Let's just put all these down. And this value is whatever it needs to be. Brings me to 34. Which would actually be kind of neat. 34 either way. Super goal is 33, so just go ahead and win this and end the month. Plus 5 toughness. Nice. Getting there. It's been more than 3 seasons of heavy food rationing, getting more and more strict as the year dragged on and the fields continued to struggle. You've been wasting away. You all have. It's not just the lack of calories. There just aren't enough vitamins and good stuff in the food you are eating. Your muscles ache all the time. Sometimes you feel strangely euphoric, filled with inexplicable energy, but often it feels like there are weights tied to your shoulders, pulling you down. You're tougher than most, but you still have trouble sleeping, despite being tired all the time. You spend the whole day in a dazed fog. At least you hardly feel the hunger now. For months, the idea of food plagued your thoughts, each one like a dagger in your stomach. They've been replaced by an odd sense of peace. Now you feel half tethered to this reality, floating above everything like a balloon. Your friends stop working and retreat to their quarters. You lie to each other on the hollow net, all saying you're okay, just taking it easy, waiting for the harvest. Well, the harvest came and went, as meager as ever. Your mother still hasn't given up. Never rests, never stops working, since your dad begs her to. She must be sleeping in geoponics because you hardly see her in the family quarters anymore. Where you lie nestled in bed in your cozy fugue, it all seems like far too much effort to bother with. Help my mom in geoponics. You're out there in the fields with her, being her sidekick, helping fetch things. She never slows down. When the robo-plow finally breaks under the pressure, she doesn't. She's out there even longer, doing everything by hand. Both your parents feel responsible for this famine. As head of geoponics, your mom takes it personally. She's been skipping meals, relying on water and pressed soy bar rations, just enough calories to keep her body moving, but not enough to stay healthy. Yet she never lets up, working herself to the bone, barely even sleeping, increasingly shallow-eyed and gaunt. You and your dad try to slow her down, but, well, she's a stubborn woman. If not her, she says, then who? You and your dad are in the lounge, slowly sipping your vegetable broth, when there's a commotion at the doors. Someone's run in, gasping for breath, yelling for you and your father to come to geoponics. You run over, knowing deep in the pit of your stomach that something terrible has happened. When you see the faces of the agriculturalists, your mom's people, you know that feeling is real. Your dad sees her body first. He lets out a cry like something you've never heard before, a deep, unimaginable pain, dragged up from the darkest parts of where fear lives. Your dad falls to his knees beside the frail body of your mother. He pulls her into his arms and sobs, wrecked and agonized. You don't even know what to think. Your mom always seemed larger than her body, but seeing her now, there's nothing there. Just a fragile shell. They tell you she didn't even cry out. She just went to her knees and then laid on the dirt. And that was it. She's gone. Your mother's body is taken to the incinerator room, and that night the colony gathers to pay their respects. Do you join them? Yes, I attend my mother's funeral. Like Tammy's funeral, the incinerator room has been cleared, and a wreath of flowers placed over the mouth of the organics recycler. They're white Astrantia, your mother's favorite flower, carefully carried from Earth with the hopes of it flourishing on Vertumna, just like you. You stand with your father and Aunt Anne. Edicott and the rest of the council are here as well, including Rhett. You're surprised to see tears rolling down his face. He's such a jerk in the garrison. Cal is here, with all the other agriculturists. The rest of the colony waits in the canteen to offer their condolences after the service. Governor Edicott gives the eulogy. As a colony, we share our blessings, she begins solemnly. However, today, in sad company, we gather to share the burden of our grief. Fluorescent was born on Earth, but she more than many of us exemplified the spirit of our endeavor to bring life to beyond the stars. She bore life, not only in her body, but bringing forth from the ground she so faithfully attended. The debt we owe to her is the kind that can never be repaid, she continues. It is with a deep and unbearable grief that we must continue on without her, in awe and respect for her sacrifice, the depth of which was never expected of her, but which she did not expect of anyone else. It is on her strong shoulders that she carries us, still. Edicott closes the door to the recycler, and the particle disintegrators begin to reclaim the molecules that once swarmed your mother. Your father squeezes your shoulders, making a small, choked-off noise of pain. As a community, we remember Fluorescent. As a community, we return her body to the soil that nourishes us, and In this way, her sacrifice is recognized in the manifest body of the colony. The ceremony is adjourned to the canteen, where a somber wake is held in your mother's memory. There isn't enough food to dull the emotions, and your empty stomach only reminds you of her unfinished work. Your father is the new head of geoponics. In a few hours, he receives your mother's remains so that they can add them to the colony's precious supply of brown soil from Earth. You touch the cold lid of the container, marveling that your mother could fit in such a small box. You don't have to be okay, your dad says, quietly. His voice is thick with emotion. I know, I'm not. I have to keep going where she left off, but if you can, you should take some time off. Take the month off. Glow. The prospect of just going back to work like everything is normal is too much to handle. The sun's dip below the horizon and Glow begins. You end up spending the whole month alternating between sleeping, scrolling the HoloNet, and staring into space. It's restful, at least. A few days after the funeral, surveyors return with an unexpected bounty in the Valley of Vertigo. It's enough to survive for another month. Till the new year, maybe, if you keep rationing. The colony will continue to limp along, but without your mother. The roar wakes you. It would wake the dead, and shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. You're paralyzed by some clench of fear in your gut. Through your porthole window, you hear metallic screeching and people shouting. Then another roar, guttural and rumbling like the sound of a mountain collapsing. Something enormous is out there. Run out to face it. You don't know what gives you the courage, but you run out to the fields to face the horrible creature face to... What is that? That's horrific. It has no face. You're right. I wouldn't call that a face. In place of a face, or even a head, its body just unzips, revealing a mess of writhing pink tentacles and blinking eyes pocked with jagged, asymmetrical teeth. It stands on 4 enormously powerful legs, each as wide across as tree trunks. Clinging to its back is thick slug-like tail or clumps of lichen that glow faintly in the night. The creature is nearly twice the height of a greenhouse. It's standing on top of a flattened one, the wreckage of lattice and plants all around. Flickers of light from pulse rifles and stun gloves light it from underneath, and the stench of ozone is thick in the air. You see Nem and her brother Colm darting in and around its legs with their twin shocks of red hair. The faceless creature lurches into another greenhouse, oblivious to the soldiers trying to herd it away. The monster left a trail of destruction from where it smashed right through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring in through the gap and heading towards. They're heading straight to command. You watch helplessly as the hordes of animals storm command, sneaking through torn-away panels and smashing through windows. It's too far away to hear the screams, but Governor Edicott is inside. You have to do something. Well... Each glow gets more intense. Well, definitely not the last option. Do I help Nem? Or do I try to save the Governor? Probably help Nem. The Governor is old. Sorry. You run towards geoponics, picking up a handful of rocks as you cross through the barren fields. When Colm sees you, he gestures for you to flee. Get out of here, Selena. He says you're going to get yourself killed. You grip your rock with defiance. You're sick of being told to hide like a child. You want to help. Combat challenge. These are gym cards, which would be good if I actually had gyms. 23. 16. 23. Let's jump the 6 up there, 4 up there. The 2s, I guess, to go to another 16. Maybe I could make them 3. Maybe we do. Yep. You make that a 3. It's 21. That's good. That's good. I can't make a 5 out of any of these, though. So that's the best I can do. 6, 6, 3, 2, and 2. 28. Good enough. A win is a win, and we take it. +1 combat. You try your hardest, but even with the full force of the defense squad, you can barely keep it contained near the farms. You dart in and around the battle, throwing rocks and making noises to keep the abomination's attention away from the rest of the colony. Its tentacles whip around, slapping the ground and knocking into people, picking them up and throwing their helpless bodies like dolls, only to be crushed under its massive trunk-like feet. The fields are littered with bodies of the fallen. Sweat stings your eyes, but you somehow stay on your feet. Others aren't so lucky. Solana, watch out! Come cries, and you look up just in time to dodge the wet slap of a tentacle, tripping over a body and sprawling into the dirt yourself. The Faceless makes a horrible noise from deep inside its craw, flecking you with spittle as your guts liquefy from the near miss. You're close enough to feel the sick heat radiating off of it. It doesn't have a face, but you realize with horror that it sees you. A beam of a pulse rifle arcs over your head, and the Faceless roars again and turns its terrible attention to home. You scream and uselessly cover your head as it lumbers over you. As you scramble to your feet, you see Combe go flying through the air. He lands a few meters away with a sickeningly wet crunch. Nem cries in horror as she runs to Combe's side, but it's too late. His body is bent at an unnatural angle, his eyes open and his face frozen in stupefied terror. He looks unreal, like a wax mannequin. He's just gone, like that. Nem lets out a primal scream of pain, and you can see the thought ignite in her mind, contorting her face with ugly fury as she stands up to launch herself at the Faceless again. You grab her arm, and she yells at you in wordless rage before collapsing to her knees, throwing her body over Combs and sobbing like the scared teenager she is. You can only stand and watch. You hear a colossal cracking noise and look up to see the Faceless stumble towards the stratospheric. With a roar that shakes your very molecules, it loses its balance for the last time and falls onto the ship. Metal screams as the ship buckles and gives way. Whole pieces of the corridor's wings shear off as your home opens like a tin can, spilling its contents into the square. The strato lurches and collapses under the creature's weight. The abomination is slain, but as wails of grief join the whimpers of the dying, you have to wonder, at what cost? The council calls an all-colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. In the oppressive glow of gloom, you gather near engineering with the other survivors. It's one of the few buildings still standing. The corpse of the Faceless still sits in the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling its flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw. It's already beginning to stink. You can't forget what you saw. Your mind keeps replaying that terrible moment, the Faceless rearing up and obstructing the sky, Nem and her brother looking so small before it. Governor Edicote was killed by the smaller creatures that swarmed command during the attack. In her absence, Squee addresses the colony. The council acknowledges the bravery of the defense squad, citing their heroism in finally taking down the Faceless. Geoponics is gone, the greenhouses destroyed, and fields trampled. After years of suffering and starving, and only barely scraping by, you're not just back to where you started. It's even worse. Everything your mom sacrificed herself for, gone in one night. The entire front half of the stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, the canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the crèche. It's all gone. It's only by some stroke of luck that people hiding in the crèche weren't all killed. Squee solemnly reads the names of those who lost their lives. Too many, including Governor Edicotte. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. Nem and her family cry out when her brother Combs' name is called, and their quiet sobbing continues through the silence. With the living quarters destroyed, everyone moves into the engineering wing for shelter. You're crowded into the classroom with other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you're all still so shaken. Nem cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just ignore her grief, as painful it is to hear her sobbing at night. It feels like you've been awake for days, and you'll never fully sleep again. You try, but you keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually, you fall asleep sitting up, held in your father's arms. Your sleep is fitful, but mercifully dreamless. Rest for now. Mm-hmm. Yep. And that is where I'm going to stop, because I've been streaming for over 4 hours, and that's a perfectly fine time to stop. Oh, I didn't mean to load. I want to save. Right there. This one. Overwrite that one. Yep. My pet. And we're just gonna go to the main menu. And be done. Let's see, that brings the death count to 6. Like, known characters. I doubled it. There was 3 in the first playthrough and 3 in this one. It's a sadder game than I thought it was going to be. But that doesn't mean I'm not enjoying it, because I still am. It's just sad. Well, that's it for today. Goodbye.